chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Tattvamasya ekam nityam vimalamachalam sarvadhi sakshibhutam bhavatitam trigunarahitam satgurum tam namami. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You'll be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the Karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashvatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra. Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam. The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adhya Brahmanah Dvitiya Paradhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivashvatamanmantare Ashtavimshaditame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakhabde अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ
शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिव पुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीत सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूढ़ाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीत अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीतादीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Mula Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Neti Asana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Uddiyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out. like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the 3 bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the 3 bandhas. Remain with all the 3 bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Tuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Mula Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Virabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands, stop in that position, one leg stretched back, and raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Virabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down, bring the other foot to the inner thigh, raise your hands above your head, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes. And switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat, and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we'll be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha. Tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhi Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshva Mayurasana. As you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishtasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishtasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gvalipavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midikipavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your hands, your forearms, underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chinikipavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chinikipavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Udyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down, a foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space in Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye. The other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now, slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva, in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parishamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile. As we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now, place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat, with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yathasanishtasana. In Yathasanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Mula Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum, alone clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the thigh, onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath, and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme point of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan, in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jఠra Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jఠara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jఠara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jఠara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now, from Jఠara Parivritti, you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands, holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now, in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
Bhumim karshayet langhalasanam bhavati.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extend it straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehal Ullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtra Sadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head. Tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana which we will be entering into, the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side, and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now, once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body, upright, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees in Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready, place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhu Asana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds. And relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position. And slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. And alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards, giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees, with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka Pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands, rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your inner. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees. Your elbows adjacent to the knees. Your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now, laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out. As you lay flat on the mat, now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground. As we enter into Vrishasana, sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels. Cross your left leg over top of the right lightly and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground. You're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other.
Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down. Keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left. Lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward. Visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Crown Chasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg that is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Crown Chasana on the other side. Now, from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight. Palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Udyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot. Bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back. Continue to keep your legs in Padmasana and with your respective hands cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Udyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake. Gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanam Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam to all the participants. Welcome to every one of you for today's program. Today, in the Paramashivoham, in the 18th day of Paramashivoham, we're all going to be learning about one of the most important, one of the most subtle, yet one of the most powerful aspects of all of our life. Nityanandam, Ma Geeta Vishwanathan, and Nityanandam, Ma Julie Silla. Can I request all of you to come on camera and settle down? Today, we are all going to be learning about how to manifest the completion and relate to gender, how to awaken the ultimate gender, the Aranarishwara component in you. And today's program is going to be filled with so many revelations which you would have never heard before on genders, gender identification, and gender detoxification. So today, before we all enter into the program, let us start our day with manifesting powers. Every single day, when you manifest powers, you prepare your inner being consciously to receive the higher sciences and higher initiation sets Swami is giving us. Each of you here take out your 16 hours of the day every day and you sit here. You sit here to experience that oneness, to experience that initiation, to get answers to your questions in life, to have breakthroughs in life, and so on, right? This power manifestation is a direct step that paves the way for you to have that breakthrough. So let us start our day with manifesting the power of third eye. I'm going to request all the participants to take a few minutes. Please settle down, put on your eye bands. In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Paramashiva says, Kapalantar manonyasya tishtanmilita lochanaha kramena manasodadyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. He gives the exact technique for how you can manifest this power. He says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the third eye, one, directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having vision beyond the sight, attaining the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Every time when you manifest powers, understand you are nurturing and nourishing the space of oneness in you. This is the exact power that Bhagavan Krishna gives to Arjuna for him to see the cosmic form. This is the exact power that Swamiji is giving all of us for us to connect to his cosmic form, for us to connect to reality, for us to connect to life itself. So let us all start the power manifestation. And I'm going to begin with requesting all of you to close your eyes. And I'm going to be projecting a random image for all of you. And I request all of you to scan. You're going to go ahead and start describing the colors, the shapes, the sizes of it. Whatever you're seeing, you're going to start describing it in the chat. Ready? Shall we start? Please connect to Swamiji. We're now projecting an image for all of you.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda.
Please relax. I request all of you to share in detail whatever Swamiji revealed to you in your third eye. Go ahead and describe the colors, the shapes, the numbers, everything that you saw. Okay, I see different answers being posted. All right. So shall we verify what is the exact image that was actually shown for all of you? So you all can see here, it's an AI-generated image of a sweet stall.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
See, one of the most important aspects, why you manifest powers every single day. Swamiji tells, when you do third eye literally like prepares your inner space. Every time, whenever you manifest powers, before you start manifesting powers, you should do third eye. Swamiji always says that every time. Because when you start with manifesting third eye, you start actually seeing the details. You start understanding and grasping more subtler things easily. You will start, the way you start understanding, the way you start looking at things, the more subtler dimensions, you'll understand it very, very detailed. That is how you start manifesting the abundance. Please understand, whenever you want to have a breakthrough, let's say you are listening to some powerful cognitions, you really want to make it a part of your life. Remember and do this one. Just start manifesting the powers. When you sit and manifest the powers, it is not about the result. It is the process of our manifestation itself that is very powerful. Just the very process of our manifestation gives you a breakthrough. Getting it? All right. So let's all enter into the first session of the day today. We're going to be learning about Sayujya Samadhi, the space of oneness. Sayujya. That space is what we all are going to be experiencing today. When you go beyond all the genders and you experience the space of Aranarishwara, you experience this very space. So let us understand what does a Sayujya Samadhi mean. And Swami is going to be narrating it to all of us through a very beautiful story as well. And let us listen to the revelations now.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is the auspicious day where Mahadeva gave darshan to Adi Shakti and made her as part of himself. Gave oneness to oneness itself. The beautiful day, Devi celebrates her enlightenment and Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva as Aranarishwara. Salokya, Sarupya, Samipya, ultimately Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva, Mahasadashiva. There are so many levels of experience. Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salokya Mukti means you get to live around the master. It's like you stay in the same space where the master stays. I always tell people, it's like becoming ashramite. You live around me. That is a Salokya Mukti. You enter into his loka. You enter into his world. Salokya Mukti. So lot of problems will be avoided because you don't have to think for your life. He will think for your life. So many things. Your responsibilities are taken by him. He takes care of you. He takes your responsibilities. The next level, Samipya Mukti, living closely around him. I compare and tell people, crew members who always travel with me. The Samipya Mukti, you are 24 hours around him. Third is Sarupya Mukti. Sarupya Mukti is like you take his own form. You are in that same form and do what he does. It's like becoming an acharya, teacher. You do the work of what I am doing. You become a teacher and start taking classes. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. That is why you can see in all the temples, the guardian deities, Dwara Balakas will be almost the same. Whatever that gods are carrying, the same weapons they will also be carrying. The guardians also will be carrying. If the god is wearing Nama, they will also be wearing Nama. The god is wearing the Kunkuma, the Dwara Balakas also will be wearing Kunkuma. It's like a Sarupya Mukti. They achieve the same Swarupa. They are in the same Rupa. Sarupya Mukti. The next, last and ultimate is Sayujya Mukti. You achieve his consciousness. You achieve his consciousness. You become him. You start staying in the same space where he is staying. You achieve the same consciousness.
As Mahadeva declares, the Sayujya Mukti, becoming one with Adi Mula Jyoti, Mahasadashiva. I had one experience flashing in me, which happened in my life in 1995. I'll narrate the whole thing, listen carefully. After I had the darshan of Shankar Baba in Haridwar, who came and gave me food, medicine, and cured me, I was completely hale and healthy, blissful, running all over the Haridwar, enjoying. Suddenly one day evening I heard the news that one Swami Vairagyananda, Ramakrishna's Dharmapatni, Ardhangini, Sharada Devi's disciple. Sharada Devi should be called as Dharma Samvartini, not Dharmapatni. Dharmapatni is a too small word. Dharma Samvartini. I heard that he is in hospital, really ill and need to be attended. There is a hospital in Kankal. The land was given by Mahanirvani Akkada to Ramakrishna Mission, and Ramakrishna Mission built the hospital and maintaining it. So I ran to the hospital. I had the opportunity of serving him. The best punya this body has ever earned is serving the elderly sadhus, especially when they are sick. Cleaning up their 1, 2, without feeling hesitation or any of the so-called emotions, treating them properly. By the time I went and started attending to him, he was not able to go to restroom. He used to have everything in the bed itself, and I used to clean, take care, and he has developed little bed sores, and I used to attend to that. That is my passionate, sir, what to say that. The best thing I enjoyed in my life is taking care of elderly sadhus. I will always be there when there is elderly sadhus who are not well, who need to be attended. I was attending to him. I had the fortune of attending to him for few days continuously. He was so happy the way I took care of him. And he is a Mahatma. Mahatma means I can see clearly the internal organs are failing, but the beaming joy in his face. Even at that time, he will not lie down flat. He will say, hey, only bogis lie down flat, never yogis. His internal organs are failing. He may be alive maximum next 24 hours or 48 hours, not more than 2-digit hours. The voice, hey, Koka. Koka is the Bengali word to address a kid or a child. He used to call me as Koka Maharaj. Koka. In Tamil it's a bad word, so don't use. Koka Maharaj. Make me sit. I have to drag him a little up so that he is at least in the slanting position. I'll tell Maharaj, why do you want to sit? Just lie down and relax. Nay, only bogies lie down and lie down. Yogi can never lie down. He used to tell, the royal brand horses can never sit or lie down and sleep. Until the end, the flat lying down was never his lifestyle. And he will sit and stretch the leg. And the moment he closes his eyes, that smile and the joy in his face, the way he radiates, I can touch and feel God in the air he is breathing, in the space he is radiating. So I was serving him, taking care of him. I actually wiped some of the pus formed in his back, the bed sores. He developed little bed sores in the back and the butt. So I cleaned up all that, and one nice thing with Ramakrishna Mission hospitals, the whole thing is service motive. The care was so much, and they provide best things with so much of care. I attended to him, everything. And again he was sitting with a stretched legs. I just had one idea happening. He lived his whole life a great sadhu. A Mahapurusha, Adi Shakti, Parashakti herself came down as Sharada Devi. And Sharada Devi's disciple, Adi Shakti, Parameshwari, her own disciple. What is it? What is it? The essence of his life. What I can learn. I just had only this one flash. What I can learn from him at this situation. What should I learn from him at this situation? The person of this caliber, Tapasvi. After he left the body, the only property he left is only small tumbler, glass. A brass or copper, glass. It is still with me. It's with us in our archives. That is the only property he has left. Not even a plate. That's all he had. I was just looking at him, what I can learn, understand. Now this line, please listen to this line carefully. I'll just narrate it. This should be your Facebook status on Vakyartha, the subject for all of you today. The moment I had this flow, kind of a thought current, not exactly thought current, kind of a current, he just opened his eyes and, Koka, listen. If you enjoyed only 5 senses related pleasures, when that 5 senses cannot function anymore, you will fall in depression. Because life will feel empty. Then, if you enjoyed only kind of a thinking, the intellectual pleasures, like scientists, mathematicians, logicians, when that logic is failing, the powerful logic is giving way, you will fall into depression. He was narrating beautifully. Listen carefully. First listen. He was telling, if you are all the time hooked on to the TV, when your eyes fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the music, if your ears fail, you will fall into the depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the tongue, when your tongues fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to physical pleasures, when your body fails, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time into these intellectual debates and brain candy, when that fails, you will fall into depression. Even if you have developed only the power of repeating the name of the God, Japa, when your logic slowly fails, you will not be able to do that, you will fall into depression. If you have visualized and meditated on God, when your visualization is getting dull, you will fall into depression. You will not be able to hold anything. He was describing step by step. He said, throughout my life, I developed to rest in that pure, unclutching space and my integrity to my Guru. So even though one by one my senses have failed, my intellect is failing, my ability to remember is failing, my visualization is failing, my emotions are failing, all that is failing. But because my whole life I developed the strength of resting in my pure completion and unclutched space, or pure questioning, whatever I say, that Advaita Nirvikalpa Samadhi, now I am simply resting into it. Beyond that is my integrity to my Guru, which is holding me from the bottom. So I just know I am relaxing in right space. There is no depression. There is only joy. This is what you can learn from my life as lesson. When he was describing, I can see, understand. This is the most powerful old age insurance. You can do it. Even if you practice just repetition of name, when your logic gets into, actually when the salt intake reduces or creatinine level increases in your blood, your ability to connect and remember will fail. Even the pleasure of repeating the name of the God is the pleasure comes from ability to connect and see. You have to connect that name and the God's form and His quality and all that subtly internally. Even that circuit will fail at one time in you. And even if you visualized all the time Sadashiva's form or even my own form, Guru's form, and meditated, there will be one moment where that visualization ability will collapse in you. The one and only thing you need to develop is your ability to rest in unclutched space. The perpetual completion, Sagaja Samadhi, and even that will collapse. That time, only one thing can hold you, your integrity to your Guru. He said, the only thing I developed in my life is my ability to relax in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When that gives way, I know I'll just fall into my mother's lap, because I was completely integrated to her. The joy beaming in his face, the best thing you should develop in your system is your ability to be in the space of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. the space of Sadashivoham, the space of perpetual completion, space of Sahaja Samadhi, space of Nityanandoham. Whatever different words I may use, I mean only that space, which is technically called by Sadashiva as Sayujya Samadhi or Sadashivoham or Nirvikalpa Samadhi by Patanjali, Nirbija Samadhi by Shankara. You should develop only that space, and that space also will give way at one point. Then the space you will fall is the integrity with Guru. Understand? That is the last space you will fall. After that, you can't do anything. That hand has to just take you in and digest you. The only teaching I can give you is it cannot be taught. Build the ability to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space, complete completion, Sahaja Samadhi, perpetual completion. That is the only right spiritual practice you can do. Nothing else. Nothing else.
Anyone wants to have Sayujya Mukti with the ultimate oneness with the ultimate, you have to take human body. Only from the human body that jump is possible. Understand? That is why I boldly declare, human being is the greatest happening not just in the planet Earth but in the whole cosmos itself. Bliss is puja. Bliss is good puja. Upasana is literally Samipya Mukti and Sarupya Mukti merges into Sayujya Mukti. Understand? Intense prayer may start as Visishtadvaita, will evolve as Dvaita and raise to Advaita and manifest as Shuddhadvaita. Whatever level it is, prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva. Intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer. Connect with Paramashiva.
Shiva doesn't believe in other three levels of muktis. He doesn't believe in Salokya. He doesn't believe in Samibhya. He doesn't believe in Sarubhya. Straight away, he takes us to Sayujya. He gives us the techniques to Sayujya. Beautifully he says, Bhairava Rupata. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the same space in which I exist. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. The key in this whole sutra is be unclutched. Let's enter into the sutra. I request all of you to be totally attentive. Please sit straight so that you won't miss. Here, Shiva is taking us word by word to the deepest experience. I tell you one thing. If you can be aware of next 1 hour, if you don't miss a single word, I promise there is every possibility of liberation. You don't need to practice this meditation, because this meditation doesn't need to be practiced. The very understanding, he leads you step by step into your core. Every word takes you to the next layer, and he is showing you the very nature of your being. The core of your being is trying to express it. And better if you don't close your eyes. Usually when you close your eyes, you may think you are listening, but slowly you will be lost. And moreover, I express more in body language than through words. So when you are listening to audio discourse, you can close your eyes, but when you are listening directly from the master, sit with full awareness. Navrajanna Vishaktir Marutrupa Vikasite Nirvigalpataya Madhye Taya Bhairavarupata. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the Shiva consciousness. You don't even need to practice this technique. All you need to do is just be aware of this technique. There are some techniques which you need to learn and practice, experience. There are some techniques, the very understanding takes you to that level, takes you to that depth. Suddenly you see you are experiencing it. In Vedanta, 3 levels. The first, Shravana, means understanding the technique, listening about it. Manana, meditating on it, contemplating, practicing it. Nididhyasana, expressing the truth, expressing it. You need 3 steps. Understanding, practicing, and expressing. Here, with this technique, you don't need the 3 steps. The very understanding simply liberates you, because he is taking us to such a deep level, to the depth of your being. He is showing us to the core. He is taking us to a different space, which I call Zen zone. Zen zone means the zone in which already you are liberated, the zone in which you are unclutched, the zone in which you exist as you are. He is taking us to the zone beautifully, without any practice. as far as this technique concerned, the very understanding is enough. You will suddenly wake up, yes, I am in that state. Nothing else needs to be done. He is taking us to that zone. He says the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched. Let me just explain how you think you are thinking. Shiva is taking us a little further, so I am giving you the close-up view. This is what I call neutral space. Every moment, every kshana, again and again and again you experience this neutral space. Constantly it is happening in you. Whenever your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath. Every moment this neutral space is happening in you. Constantly you are changing the gear. Whenever you change a gear, you have to go to the neutral space. Constantly you are changing the gear. Let it be very clear, if you are constantly changing the gear, means constantly you are unclutched. Every moment you are unclutched because you don't feel comfortable with this space. You just fast forward, you jump from here to there. You do not give your attention to this space. You give attention to this space and this space, but not to the neutral space. You give attention to incoming breath, outgoing breath. You don't give attention to neutral space. You just jump. You fast forward. Jump the neutral space. That is why you feel this gap is too small and this gap is more. That is why you feel the incoming breath time and outgoing breath time is more than neutral spaces. One important thing you should know, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in actuality they are not more. The time is same. You need to understand now about time. Please understand, if you can follow, if you can come little deeply with this sutra, Shiva is straight away showing you the ultimate truth or your very nature. Shiva doesn't believe in changing your activities. He believes in changing your belief about yourself. Here, Shiva is not giving you any rules. He is just taking you step by step to the core of your being and gives you the clarity, you are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear, kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nityananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as kshana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the ns, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed, even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock, I have to run, I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear. If number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand. Because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The kshana of this and kshana of this is one and the same. Kshana of this, kshana of this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. Outgoing breath. Here also you have identity. Here also you have identity. Identity is the space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists. It's again outgoing. It's again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago, the thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see the thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number 1. Thought which happened 1 year ago, number 2. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number 3. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. If I were to put it in a little deeper way, little subtle way, the suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits. You connect all the shaft and create a shaft. Be very clear. The pain which you had 10 years ago, the pain which you had 9 years ago, the pain which you experienced 7 years ago, the pain which you experienced 3 years ago, the pain which you experienced yesterday, all of them are unconnected, independent, individual thoughts. But you connect all these thoughts and create a shaft, and you start thinking, you start believing life is pain. Or the joy which you experienced 10 years ago, the joy which you experienced 9 years ago, the joy which you experienced 3 years ago, the joy which you experienced 1 year ago, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. Now, you connect all those thoughts and create a shaft of joy. In life, the only thing which you do is either creating the shaft of pain or creating the shaft of joy. When it comes to the shaft of pain, you try to break it. When it comes to the shaft of joy, you try to extend it. But you don't understand. Neither you can extend a shaft, nor you can break the shaft, because the shaft doesn't exist. The shaft is not there. The very shaft is your imagination, imaginary connection. let you understand, this connection is just imaginary. Whether you want or not, every moment there is an unclutched space. You are unclutched. You are unconnected. You are unclutched shaft. But just because of your imagination or fear of losing identity, you create constant connection to maintain your identity. This identity or this connection is imaginary. For example, if it is a pain shaft, 10 years ago pain experience, 1 year ago the pain experience, 10 minutes ago the pain experience. You connect all of them in your mind through imagination and create a pain shaft. If it is a bliss or joy shaft, the joy happened 10 years ago, the joy happened 1 year ago, the joy happened 10 minutes ago. You connect them through imagination and create joy shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft because this shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft. One more thing, just sit for 5 minutes and write whatever you are thinking or whatever comes without editing. Be very clear, it is just for you, not to show to anybody else. Don't show to anybody else, they will become mad. Understand? Whether it is a pain shaft or bliss shaft, whether it is pain shaft or joy shaft, you can neither break it nor elongate it because the shaft doesn't exist. Just write 10 minutes, whatever comes in your mind, do not edit, do not touch it, just write whatever comes. Read, you will suddenly realize all your thoughts are unconnected, irresponsible and completely unclutched, illogical, independent thoughts. Be very clear, your first thought and the second thought is no way connected. There is no logical connection. There is no responsible connection. There is no dependency on the first thought and the second thought. If you just write whatever comes in your mind for 10 minutes and try to read that paper, suddenly you will realize that what is happening with me? Your whole life is nothing but playing with the shaft which doesn't exist. That is what Shankara means when he says life is Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya. You are fighting with thing which doesn't exist. Yama means which doesn't exist. You are just fighting with imaginary shaft. You are trying to break or elongate the shaft which does not exist. Let me be very clear. Whatever techniques you practice to break this shaft, without understanding that shaft doesn't exist, you will never be successful. With this single understanding, you don't need any technique. This very understanding is a technique. You are liberated. This very understanding, any simple technique can liberate you.
I'll tell you what is the most secured. Anyhow, one day I have to be successful. So let me become successful now. The right attitude for all of you. Listen. Anyhow, one day I have to reach Kailasa and be with Swamiji. Let me do it as early as possible. That's all. Whether you come and be in Kailasa with me now or next Janma, you have to do. That is where your life ends. Your life concludes. Your climax is reaching Kailasa, Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Anyhow, one day you have to do. Better do it now. This is what is life. And what she told me is the death, means life negative. The logic she gave. Anyhow, one day I'll get hurt and leave. Better to leave now. Get hurt now itself and leave. That is what is absolute suicidal, life negative. No. Anyhow, one day everyone has to come and be in Kailasa. Reach me. Whether you reach me with this body you are carrying and enjoy life around me, or you are going to get new body and come back, all that. But anyhow, one day you have to reach Kailasa, be in Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. So better to do now. Exactly. Aranagiri Yogeshwara taught me life. Actually, there was a huge volume book, Vedanta Manana Sindhamani. That book name is still I can remember. Huge, like a pillow, that size of the book. And my grandfather brought that book to me and then said that the class for you is going to start on this subject, on Vedanta Manana, means internalizing the powerful cognitions. Seeing that book itself, I got frightened. But I know the technique. If I take it to Aranagiri Yogeshwara, I will just chew the whole thing and just directly insert it on my system. Very sweetly you will insert. You will just chew one bit. If literally you will chew in the mouth and give me the tambulam, I'll just take his hand and take it from his hand. Will not leave even one small bit in his fingers. Literally bite his fingers also and take the tambulam, and the whole knowledge he wants to reveal will be there inside me like experience. So I thought, let me do simple process, like literally downloading. I took that book and gave it to Aranagiri Yogeshwara and said, my Tata told me that I have to start reading this book and they are going to start the class. Then the discussion turned. Aranagiri Yogeshwara started asking me, why are you feeling so tired and bored to read this book? I said, oh God, such big book. Anyhow, I will not be able to complete. Then why to waste time on starting it? He said, fool, that is what is absolute wrong. He told, anyhow, one day you have to finish studying all these scriptures and start teaching to the world. You want to do it when you are 40, 50, or when you want to do it now? Why waste time till 40, 50? I said, that is right. If I have to do any one day, let me do it now. That is what is life. The principle of life. So understand, any one day, anyhow, you have to one day manifest Paramashiva. Better to do it now. If you think, oh, even if I start, one day I am going to drop it, then why to start? That is what is suicidal. I can rest only after I achieve Sayujya Mukti, once for all. Oneness with Paramashiva. Till then I can't rest. I can be moving here, there. Finally I have to come only there to Paramashivatva. Then why waste time moving here and there? Let me achieve it. That is what is life positive. Listen to this. The moment that clicked with me, with Aranagiri Yogeshwara, I just took the book and said, Swamiji, you bless me that I'll master this book. He just smiled. And this time, usually he will tell me, hey, go and bring white betel leaf. Vella vettala in Tamil. See, he had his own reasons. For some time he will ask me to get the black betel leaf, karuppu vettala. It will not be like a complete black. It is little blackish on the green leaf. Sometimes he will tell get vella vettala, white betel leaf, and it will not be like a fully white. It will be little white shade in the green. So this time he neither told me to get the betel leaf, nothing. He just took something from his teeth. I saw it's a sugar candy and put it in my mouth, and I just saw that whole knowledge of that book, Vedanta Manana Chindamani, has just got into my system. Listen carefully. One day you have to achieve enlightenment. When you are sure about it, you yourself will decide, better let me achieve it now. Why waste time?
Nityanandam, Swamiji beautifully revealed to all of us about what Sayujya Samadhi means. Sayujya Samadhi, the space of Sayujya, Paramashiva Sayujya, means experiencing that ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. That is what is Sayujya Samadhi. When we say Sayujya Samadhi, right, like Swamiji beautifully revealed, how we experience Sayujya Samadhi. When you literally merge, when you become one with the Guru, when you experience that ultimate oneness, that is Sayujya. That is how you experience the Paramashiva Sayujya. And Swamiji beautifully had revealed about that to all of us now. And one of the most important aspects is, like Swamiji revealed, when you drop all your resistance and when you decide, anyhow, one day I have to be successful. Let me do that now. Let me become successful now. Anyhow, one day I have to drop all of this and I have to become successful. So why not now? If you understand this, if you cognize this, just this one understanding will give you so much of an experience of success. You will see how you will experience that state of Sayujya Samadhi. Beautifully, Swamiji says, right, that Paramashiva declares Sayujya Mukti as becoming one with the Adi Mula Jyoti of Mahasadashiva. Literally becoming one with the core. Whenever you remove the ego, the last bit of you, that last bit, when you decide, anyhow, one day I am going to experience oneness, ultimately I have to experience Mahakailasa, why not do it now? If you decide that, that is a space where you experience that Sayujya Mukti, that ultimate Sayujya Samadhi. Are all of you understanding? Ma Christina Hogan, and Ma Yogananda Rupini, Ma Julie Silla. I request every one of you to share. What are all of you clicking with? Now, what all of us are going to experience is the same space. Take a few minutes, list 10 aspects of your life which you constantly are postponing. Many times you think, oh, okay, not now, let me do it later. Power manifestation, oh, not now. Or you have to do something like maybe you want to achieve your yoga goals or something like that. And you say, no, not now, I'll do it a little later. Take at least 10 aspects where you postpone and pen that. Hope all of you have finished writing. Now, in all of those aspects, decide to drop the postponing and take up whatever you have declared for yourself. Sincerely take it up and do it. Start doing. Consciously analyze your justification. What is the core cognition that you're using to support the postponing pattern? What is it that you're avoiding, or are you cherishing inside? Whether it is laziness, boredom, like you don't want to do something just because you don't want to do it, you don't want, you feel lazy to do it. Honestly, analyze your justifications. Don't look at it. See, sometimes the reason you give will sound very valid to you. Oh God, this is the thing, it's 100% valid. No, but honestly look in. Now, Christina Hogan is saying, this is one more difficult thing because I do not tend to postpone. I'm always the one telling everyone to do it now. That's good, Ma. See, that's a very good thing to have. Not postponing is a strength. Because when you're somewhere in our life, when we get into that postponing habit, it could be something very simple or it could be something complicated. But that something we cherish, that what we cherish by postponing is what we need to address. Exactly. See, my Yogananda Rupini has posted. See, ma, when you are saying something else is coming up, always that there will be something that will come up. Only when you decide, enough is enough. Come what may, I am going to do this mind now. See, many times you will feel the reasons are all so valid, so logical. Like if I have a debt, if I have a loan, how can you leave it all and immediately come? You're saying, I'm addressing that because you're saying you really want to come to Swamiji, but every time you decide, some or the other thing comes up which is very convincing. That is the role of Maya. That is how Maya convinces you. Again and again and again, it pulls you back with giving the most convincing reason. Only when you decide, enough is enough, whatever comes, I will not get distracted, I will straight do what I am intending to do, what is my purpose. When you align like that, actually you'll see Maya will try to push best. It will suddenly create some problems for you. Suddenly the people who are supporting you will turn against you. Suddenly the money that was supposed to come to you will go. You will see, you will think things are all falling apart. But that is how Maya, delusion, threatens you. It gets you and keeps you back in its clutches. When you decide, even whether I lose my money, whether I lose people around me, anything, if I take this decision, I'm very clear I am going to do it. It is at that time you will realize nothing fell apart. Everything was only it was only the whole drama was by Maya, just to threaten you, to keep you back, keep you in delusion. If you decide, see, right now, what you're trying to do, you're trying to logically analyze it. You're trying to see how can I solve my money issues before going to Kailasa? How can I solve complete the people, that I live with before I go to Kailasa? No, don't look at it from that perspective. You need to decide consciously that your life is with Kailasa. You're very clear you want to live with Swamiji at Swamiji's feet. Then make a decision that come what may, I will not stop myself from achieving that. Are you understanding? My Yogananda Rupini, consciously sit and analyze from this perspective. You will catch what I'm saying. See where exactly you're postponing. What is a convincing reason each time to yourself? Oh, maybe I can manage anything, but what about loans? Isn't it needed? No, that is how Maya cheats you. That is how delusion cheats you. If forever it will keep pulling you back with some other valid reason. The moment you decide, it's okay. Whatever happens, I don't have a. Have you heard that story that Swamiji will say in Mandukya Upanishad, that golden bird and that small other bird? For you, see, there's a huge tray full of the plush fruits and like ripened fruits, everything hanging from the trees. And there's a small bird living in the lower branches of the tree. And it's just happy. Its whole life, it's pecking the sweet, nice fruits. On top of the tree, on the topmost branch, it sees a nice, beautiful golden bird. Absolutely blissful and peaceful it is sitting. So this bird wants to go and see that golden bird. Every time it tries to go, it sees a sweet fruit and so delicious it looks. So it decides, okay, I'll just go that one fruit, just one bite. It'll go take a bite. It'll enjoy that fruit so much that it'll get distracted. It'll keep sitting and pecking the fruits. And then suddenly it'll taste a bitter fruit. It'll taste another fruit which is bitter. Then it'll cry, it'll curse, like it'll say, what is this? This whole thing is so bad and the fruit is so bitter, and it'll again look up in frustration, then it'll see the golden bird. Again, it'll remember, all right, I need to go back to that golden bird. It'll fly. It'll keep doing this. At one point, the bird decides, sweet fruit, bitter fruit, I don't care. I don't want my priority. I just want to go to that golden bird. It drops everything and it just flies to the golden bird. And when it almost is reaching golden bird, it'll start feeling so familiar. Then when it goes closer and closer, it will realize that the golden bird is nothing but its own reflection. It'll just merge in that sayuja with it and experience oneness. That is exactly how our life is. My Yogananda Rupini is saying, yes, this is exactly how it is. If you decide, see, drop giving importance to your delusion. It is delusion, how much ever valid your problem seems. It is Maya. Drop your delusion and decide, now I am going to go. Whatever comes, let me see. But I am going to go to Swamiji right now. I am going to manifest it. Automatically, you'll see everything will align for it. I request every one of you to see what exactly are the problem, that justification you give. Analyze what is the source of the justification. Gopal, if you have finished. Now, with this decision consciously, decide to never entertain your postponing pattern. Now, we're all going to be understanding about how you can diagnose your gender. What is gender actually, and how do you actually diagnose the right gender? Let us enter into it.
Today's subject, 11 genders. Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will. In all 4 levels, how you feel the totality of all these 4 put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of 2 gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of 3rd gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable. And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. Exploring it, understand, one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you, or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions, and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt, and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, when your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury. It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel you have allowed people to explore you or you explored other bodies, don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. All the understandings, false identifications, misinterpretations, powerless cognitions got inserted into you. Look at them all with the eyes of conspiracy theory. Understand, first thing, there are 11 genders. Second thing, you just need completion, whatever way you are, below 21. So decide not to allow anybody to explore you and do not explore other bodies till 21. Even if you have explored earlier, decide to go for intense completions. All the cognitions inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring physical relationship, the kind of the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you were going through, pen down all of that, effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring the another body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and completely. Go for completion. If you are above 21, or if you have allowed anybody to explore you or you explored others, go for completion. If you are below 21, don't allow from now anybody to explore others and explore yourself. Even if you are below 21 and already you allowed somebody to explore you or you explored some other body, go for completion. I tell you, identifying your gender makes you so perfect, complete. Diagnosis makes you manifest powers. Not only solves all your foot pattern problems, addiction related problems, and sexual orientation complications, sexual identity crisis, gender identity crisis. I tell you, even the middle age mood swing or the dullness you have, everything, if you are bored, tired, every problem. This is the master solution I am telling you. This solution is something too good to be true. I am telling you. You need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female, and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself during those periods. You just need to be with yourself. That is what Paramashiva calls as Krama Brahmacharya. He is not calling that as an Aishtiga Brahmacharya. At that first 21 years, you don't take the vow, I'll be celibate forever. No. The exploration period. Blessed are those knowingly or unknowingly remained celibate in the first 21 years of your life. You have built a best foundation for your existence. First 21 years of your life, if you have not physically explored anybody and allowed physically to explore you, you have built a best foundation for your life. Your gender identification, your will, when it is trying, doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom. Freedom to be celibate. Understand? Society is so abusive only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. Diabetes is grid of food. Sexual incompletion is grid of sex. Same way, once you have the wrong identification of the gender and you are hooked into the sexual greed grid, over. Even if you are impotent, you will be yearning and paying them to cure you. If you are a womanizer, you will be yearning and paying them to make you more sexually active. In either way, you will end up being their consumer, customer, and passion for them. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body. Your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, without letting other body to explore you, you to explore other body. Just be celibate for a little time, especially the 21 days of Paramashivoham. Try to be completely celibate. Because I'll be supporting you very strongly, super consciously, to awaken to your reality and identify the right permutation combination among these 11 genders. Which one you feel, I know me. In which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Aranarishwara. Paramashiva. The state of Aranarishwara. Aranarishwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. Liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Next few days, go on pinning down all your wrong ideas you gathered about the gender identification from the society. Below 21, whether you explode another body or another person explode your body, it's a sexual abuse done to you. It's a sexual abuse done to you by the society. By not having the honesty and integrity and telling you the truth about the life and gender, you have been misled. Just till 21, be celibate. If you missed it, now at least do completion. Complete completion and liberation. When you really identify your gender and manifest your true identity, your physical, psychological, physiological will, the conscious identities align so beautifully with integrity, you simply start manifesting Paramashiva. The state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. I'll continue to expand on the sacred secrets, powerful cognitions Paramashiva reveals on 11 gender. Listen very intensely. Shrunu Priye. Listen, O beloved one. Understand. Sexual act. A man first feels physiologically pressured by the hormones. So physiology sends the signals to body, physical structure. So it starts responding. But psychology is not having enough life positive affirmation to be active. It does not have enough love. It only feels the pressure of physiology and physical components. So it is waiting to take revenge on the physiology and physical component the moment act is over. The moment act is over, psychology just takes over and pushes you in such life negative mood and feeling. Listen, if the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component along with hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body? your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama, you are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels kama, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. Ramakrishna demonstrated it. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa demonstrated. There was another one great yogi called Madanagopala Swami. Nadananayagi Swamigal, he used to be called. He lived in South India. He was in Mathura Bhava with Sri Krishna. With his power and willpower, he just manifested all the female characters in his system, whole system. Listen, first truth you need to know, there is no such thing as straight. Nobody is straight. You are just a being clothed with a body. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace you feel with the opposite person. Beautifully Upanishad says, you love your husband or wife not because he is male or female, or husband or wife, he is or she is reflection of your integrity with your identity. Understand? Attraction is due to the grace the other body radiates. Grace is always directly the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. Understand? The more their gender identification is integrated, more grace they will manifest. They will radiate. Grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, psychological conscious identity called Aham Pratyagatma Chaitanyam, and all attraction is towards the grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. Please understand. Break from this mediocre idea of gender dowholing. Feel completely relieved if you are confused about your gender identity. Understand, if you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. You are above the mediocre people. Mediocre people have decided to have false belief due to their fear of society. It is the fear of society. You deny your confusion or the identity crisis and just accept something society says and go on torture yourself for your whole life to believe what society has labeled it on you. I am so grateful to my gurus. At right age, I received these lessons, these understandings, revelations. When I say first 21 years, be celibate, I am not sadist. I am not sadist, understand? I want you to understand first what real identity you are enjoying. What is your real gender identity? I tell you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action. It is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited, women feel, is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. there is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out. They feel exploited, tortured, abused. Listen. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you. I tell you, just if this one understanding and realization is shared, Paramashiva gives at least some 25 methodology to identify your gender in physical, physiological, psychological, conscious levels. Without this gender integrity, every time whether you go through the sexual act or you suppress, you are creating wound in you. Whether you masturbate with another body or masturbate alone, you are creating a wound in you, scar in you. This identification is the primal detoxification you need to go through. It's a fundamental understanding a child should be given by the age of 7. 7, child should start learning about the 11 genders and what gender he feels comfortable in the physical, physiological, psychological, conscious levels. And he should start exploring the multiple permutation combinations and discover in which combination he feels, I know me. Where he manifests his highest possibilities and where he manifests his highest powers. I can see in my Gurukul, the kids who manifest powers, they feel so comfortable in their body. Only when they go through this gender identity crisis, they try to explore another body or they allow the another person to explore them, which should not be. At least till 21, do not allow anybody to explore you or don't explore others. You will have multiple realizations, I tell you. Those realizations will solidify you, consolidate you. Gold vessel may be very precious, costly. It will not be useful to keep mercury. To keep mercury, you need only stone bowl. You need to create the body to feel awe. Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the signs of engaging with life
and relationships without getting into sexual act. The signs of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen, listen, I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity. Understand, the science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body. Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness, your pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, your pure consciousness. If you build your existence, understand, the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen. The everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities. Then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously From that cognition, your consciousness, when you approach your physiology, it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way you do not seek to engage with the sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand, gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act. When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life. Everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation. Understand? Without consciousness getting matured, you getting aged is the worst curse. Consciousness getting matured more than your age is the greatest blessing.
Swamiji beautifully revealed about how to diagnose the right gender. Before we enter into discussing further, can I request every one of you to take a moment and post what you understood? Ma Jnana Yogini is saying, wow, it's an amazing revelation. Much gratitude. Consciousness united with all life is completion and ultimate bliss. Yes? Who all understood? What are the different genders? I request every one of you to post. What did you all understand? What Swamiji revealed about the genders, gender identification? It is very important to diagnose the right gender. This concept of gender, right from the time you are born, in every aspect, you will see how this gender has a role to play. When we think, oh, really, I don't really mind, whatever it is, it's fine. No, because when we say gender, it's not just a physical body, the gender of the body alone, but all the understandings, the conditionings that comes along with it, the tags, the labels, the responsibilities, the societal pressure that comes along with the gender role that you choose. The very concept of gender, Swamiji says, if you're someone who is confused about a gender, be happy. I was like surprised to listen to this, but Swamiji said, be happy. If you think you are just gender and as society has defined you, your society has really messed you up. Because it is very important first for you to understand, you can never be, gender is never static. It's an experience, which based on the experience, the cognitions, the ideas and opinions you build, you keep changing it. You keep experiencing the different aspects of it. See,
first thing, how many of you are understand that it is very important first to discover your true identity, your true gender identity? How many of you are understanding this? Like, it is needed. It is not something that is luxury. It is needed so that you're able to experience life. How many of you are catching this part? Can I request all the participants to please post? Because now what we are going to be doing is we're going to be entering into exercise to start understanding this deeper and to actually discover who we are. There is going to be an exclusive session. This is one of my favorite sessions. This is a session from the first time Swamiji conducted the Paramashivoham program. Swamiji conducted it through his Divya Sharira, and it was an exclusive program that happened in Adi Kailash, and Swamiji had revealed so many, like literally secrets directly taken from the Hindu scriptures. Many secrets about how we exist, what is our gender identity, how the gender identity exists in every layer: physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious. How do we exist in these four layers, and why that is very important? So today's session, that's one of my favorite sessions. It's not available online anywhere else. And in today's session, this session is going to also be there. So make sure you're staying tuned and listening intensely to that. You need to listen to that session at least 10 times to even grasp to one extent what Swamiji is saying. You need to repeatedly listen to that, like Swamiji explains how and why the just in physical level, you as a woman needing to be active, needing to be passive, and if a man needs to be active, like what actually happens because of that, how you need to be and how that it affects you, and in your physiological level, how women need to be more aggressive, more active. Like, it's a very beautiful, elaborate revelation Swamiji has given. And that also explains how and why the Hindu goddesses are the way they are and the Hindu gods are the way they are. So make sure you are staying tuned with us continuously. And at any point, any of you have any questions, feel free to ask. So let's now enter into this particular session. How many of you understood what Swamiji revealed so far? Anybody has any questions related to this? Anybody has any questions so far related to what Swamiji just now revealed to all of us? See, first thing, we in society, the gender identity is usually it's a male, female, or then LGBTQ. It is classified into these three sections. And then there are, based on this, whether you are discriminated, you go through gender discrimination, you go through the powerlessness, suppressions inside of you, and a lot of ill effects happen just because of. But the very concept, like when Swamiji says 11 genders, it's way beyond our mere understanding. Society tries to box us within these categories. But Swamiji is very clear that your identity, the gender identity that you have, is far more deeper than what one can even imagine. It's not like how the society tries to box us with, but it's the depth of it is far more deeper. Today, by diagnosing your gender, by understanding who you are really, first thing that will happen is deep healing, deep completion. So what we're going to do before learning all the concepts we're going to learn today, first step, I request us everyone to please kindly come on camera. And second, write down all your wrong ideas, understandings that you've gathered about sex, sexuality, gender identity. Whatever you have gathered, whether it's from the movies or the society has told you, in all these levels, whatever wrong ideas you're gathered, actually don't even label it as right or wrong. Whatever ideas you've gathered, please start penning it down. This is only for you. Like for example, in many of our places, like many of the countries or the societies, gender or talking about sex, talking about sexuality, it is considered a taboo subject, right? So many people suppress their own parts, their own expressions because of it. These are the things that are still sitting inside of you. Actually, these are toxins. Understand, don't underestimate them. Sit and start pinning them down. Can I please request all the participants that are here with us to kindly come on camera? I request everyone to please be on camera. All the participants that are sitting here with us, please kindly turn on your cameras. Krishna saying, I feel I'm a whole person. I embody every aspect of gender identity. I look forward to understanding that I'm a gender. See, I am a whole person. That's the perfect understanding to have. Now, in the 11 genders, it is not about boxing yourself as a male or a female. It is about understanding in every layer of you. How are you existing? What are the kind of cognitions you're actually carrying? How active or passive you are? You're going to be learning about that. So yeah, even I'm so excited, looking forward to that session. So first, can I request everyone to sit and please pen this down? Tanja and Sumati Shanmugam, Karim. Can I request all of you to please be on camera and please start writing this down? Come on, all the participants sitting here with us, please start writing this down. All the ideas, cognition, concepts you have about these things: gender, sex, sexuality. For these three, whatever cognitions you have, all the wrong ideas you have cognized, please start penning them. Please start now.
one life, Nityananda. Hope all of you have finished penning down all the incidents. See, many times while watching movies or while talking to your friends, you would have picked up some concepts on gender. Pen down all of that. Your sex, sexuality, and gender identification. Like, for example, when you were small, whenever you used to cry, and people used to say, hey, you're a boy, you're supposed to be strong, don't cry like a girl. Or when you were, like, when you watch movies or something, you develop your own idea about sex and sexuality. And can be things like, okay, a woman is supposed to be like this, a man is supposed to get attracted to another woman. And all of these things you learn and pick that up. See, it's not about right or wrong. Anything that you did without a conscious choice, but just because society fed into you, is a conditioning. So first, write down all of that. Hope all of you have finished that step. We gave you all quite some time for it. Now, let's enter into the second step. Listen very carefully to this. Can I request all of you to put yes in the chat if you're listening? Can I request all of you to put yes in the chat, please? Okay. Listen very carefully. Actually, Ma Forum, if your daughter attends this session, it will be very useful for her. I was wanting to tell this to you yesterday, and I was thinking, if Divya Vigraha can come and sit, let her just spend some time here. And if she can sit and attend it, she will really understand. For this is like the best thing. That's why in Gurukul, for all the kids, Swamiji will teach this as one of the most important signs, because Swamiji will say, when you're so clear, when you become clear about you will really see how any relationship you forge in life will be so successful in that. You can tell her that we called her and make her sit if she's liking. Let her just sit and at least listen to the sessions. All right. Okay, ma'am. No problem. Now, all the participants, I request all of you to listen to this very carefully. Go back to all the cognitions that inspired you to explore another body or allow others to explore your body. And I request all of you, see, I understand it's something very sensitive to each of you, so please do not post it anywhere in the chat. This is only for you. You don't need to show it to anyone. You don't need to keep it. You just write it and later you can discard it. You can shred it and you can discard it. But write it down in detailed way. Listen very carefully to this. This is one of the most important things. Before 21, if you had allowed anyone to explore your body or you explored another person's body, you would have gone through a wave of mood swings after that. Pen down all of the effects, side effects, and after effects right after that happened. And Swamiji tells, if before 21, if you had done that, the first thing you will go through is guilt. The mood swing. You will experience extreme happiness and high. And right after that, you will go through the guilt.
See, understand. This is all the participants that are sitting here with us. Listen to this carefully. Whenever, before the age of 21, at that time, still your body, your mind, your physiology is not ready. And even you are not too sure about yourself yet. It is that phase. It's only after you become 21, even your identity starts getting solidified. So before that, if you had let another person explore your body, or you explored another person's body or your own body, it is very, very important for you to go back, write down exactly the kind of things you experienced inside of you, what happened after that, what did you go through, and what are the effects, side effects that you experienced. Sit with yourself and just be honest to your own self. You do not need to show it to anybody. Sit, write it down for yourself. Sit and complete, just go through the whole thing, relive the whole thing. Actually, some participants were asking, does reliving means I have to face any of the painful memories I had? Understand, reliving is not the same as remembering. When you're remembering, you're remembering it as a part of you. Where from with this updated intelligence you're having currently, you remember certain things may make you feel embarrassed, certain things may make you feel bad about yourself. But that is not what you're going to be doing. First thing, you're going to write down the whole experience and you're going to go back to that intelligence that you had at that time. Now your cognitions might be different, more upgraded, you're more aware of yourself, the taste of you completely changed. But at that time, the kind of cognitions you had, the maturity you had in your mind, what is the cognitions you believe in? You're only going to operate from that intelligence, from that previous intelligence only. You're going to go back to that, literally, you're going to be entering that body of you. Visualize yourself clearly with that intelligence, and you're going to relive the whole incident. So sit down and go back to that moment and write it down. Don't worry, it will not be painful. Only when you remember, when you're judging yourself, seeing yourself from your upgraded intelligence now and viewing yourself from that time, it will be painful. That is called remembering. Do not remember. Instead, you're going to relive. Reliving relieves you. So take a few minutes and please start. Any questions? Feel free to ask us here.
Hope all of you have finished writing. Now, go into intense desire to do an intense completion in all of this. We gave you all enough time to understand and do this entire process so that you can sincerely complete it. See, when you decide to go for a deep completion, and you have to keep doing it, right? It's not like one time. When you keep completing it, all the layers and layers and layers of the wrong understandings that you have will beautifully get cleaned up. And you'll really see how your inner space is getting, being very stable. All of you are getting it? Now, we're all going to be entering into the next session where we are going to be understanding about how you can experience that space of beyond genders. And for that, first you need to understand what are the 11 genders. When we say 11 genders, what do we mean? What are the 11 genders? We are going to be learning about that now. It's an exclusive session which Swamiji is not, it's not publicly available. It's an exclusive session. So we're all going to be listening to that now.
Now, what I am going to talk, you need to listen with a lot of intensity. I'm going to share some of the most subtle principles. I'm not going to tell you what should be done, should not be done, right, wrong, and all. I'm going to share some of the subtle principles. Then I'll help you to discover your gender. First thing, understand, Paramashiva is very clear. There is no such thing as a straight male or straight female. Slaves, Shudras, Chandalas, the lower middle class people who do not involve themselves with the life, only they started identifying themselves with a one straight gender. Please understand. Listen carefully. I am repeating. People who don't get involved with the life, they identify themselves as straight male or straight female because you don't need to do much work on you. See, you always wanted to assume the idea about you which does not demand awareness response. Listen carefully. See, you have 4 layers. Physical body, then physiological system, then your psychological layer, then your being, individual consciousness. Understand, one is male, another one is female, another one is male, another one is female. Means that if it is combination, you will have a balanced life. But if it is overloaded, physical, physiological, both are male. Physical, physiological, both are female means you are stuck. You will constantly have that same sexual habit and practice, but same, you will collapse. Because fundamentally the problem is not external action, internal concept. Listen. I'm getting into the details. So I will repeat 2-3 times. Because, see, one of the biggest problem is this subject of sex, because you are trained and the whole pattern of you is not to discuss about this subject or not even to show you have a knowledge about this subject. You always keep these words, ideas aside. Now, I am not teaching you about your so-called sexual act. I am teaching you about your sexual identity. Listen carefully. If your body is male body and your physiology is passive and your psychology is again masculine, consciousness is passive, you will have a completion and fulfillment. Let me explain what I mean by that word. Body, a masculine body, aggressive body is actually good, healthy. It will be very energetic, active. But aggressive physiology is bad. Aggressive physiology means physiology which is always pushing itself to the extreme. Means highest border blood pressure. It will go on. Only when it reaches, it cannot handle anymore, it will stop. Highest creatinine level in your urine. Highest level of sugar. Means the physiology, your intra-organs and internal organs should not be aggressive, pushing itself to the extreme. Please listen carefully. The Hindu jewelry, like this nose piercing, ears piercing, Rudraksha in the armpit, all these are actually, traditionally they wear Rudraksha in the armpit. They pierce the armpit and wear Rudraksha. All these are actually to make your physiology passive. All this makes your physiology passive in multiple ways. Now understand one thing. If your body is male, your physiology should be passive. If your body is female, your physiology should be very active. Active physiology will burn the fat in the female body. Active physiology will increase the high blood pressure and diabetes in the male body. I'll repeat, listen. The truths I am sharing now with you cuts across the field of sex, physical, physiology, internal organs, intra-organs, and the science of medicine. Please understand every statement I am making to you. I have validated even with modern science. So you don't have to worry. I am not talking just from Vedas and Upanishads and Agamas. I am not putting you in any risk. I have thoroughly vetted all these statements with the modern day researches and findings. So whatever I am talking, you can very comfortably practice. First listen and imbibe, that's enough. Then I'll make sure how you will practice. Listen carefully. If you are male body and your physiology always gets restless, agitated with no problem situation, when there is no problem externally, if you feel restless inside, you will create problem. Not only that, you will identify your masculinity with the problem management. The aggression is identified falsely as your valor, Stupidity. Romance is the highest valor, I tell you. Highest valor of a man is romance, not sex. Highest valor of the man is romance, not sex. The physiology is being passive is the most graceful, powerful way a man can exist. Physiology being powerful, aggressive is the best way a woman can exist. Listen, I will repeat. You have 4 layers. Physical body, the body which you are having. Your physiology, when I say your physiology, I mean 2 components. One, your internal organs, an intra-organ which controls your internal organs. For example, in your throat, the thyroid is internal organ, the Vishuddhi chakra is intra-organ, pituitary is internal organ, third eye is the intra-organ. Anagat hearts, your heart and lungs is internal organ. Anagata chakra is intra-organ. Your intra-organs control your internal organs. Please listen. See, please understand, every word I am uttering is like a formula. If it goes and settles in you, it will create 1,000, at least 1,000 powerful cognition. Those powerful cognitions releases knowledge. From that knowledge arises your actions. Listen carefully. What I am sharing with you is formulas. From that formulas arises thousands of powerful cognitions. From that cognitions, powerful cognitions arises knowledge. From that knowledge, right actions arises. So when I am giving you formula, don't miss. Listen. Your physical body, your physiological system, your psychological system, and your being, consciousness. If your physical body is male, ideally your physiological system should be female. Means your internal organs should be more passive, not pushing you to the extreme. Your psychology should be very alive, aggressive, and your consciousness should be very cool and compassionate. One of the worst thing I found in the modern day boys, psychologically, listen carefully. Psychologically, absolutely important. So much of mood swing. Listen carefully. Psychologically, so much of mood swing that directly affects the body, so much impotency, but physiologically very active, means so much of fantasy and desire about sex, but physically impotent, because psychologically impotent. Understand this layer. Your spouse can understand what I am saying more than you. If you are sitting here with your spouse, she will tell you what I am teaching is how much true. Listen. Now I am talking about men, then I will move to the women next. Listen carefully. Any psychology with full of mood swing will produce body impotent. But the physiology will be very aggressive. Listen, this is the biggest problem modern day youth is suffering. You may be thinking modern day youth is very lusty. No, impotent fellows. Listen carefully. Toxins are responsible. Any mood swing affecting the body, you should not work on mind, you should work on detoxification, body. If your mood swing affects your physiology, you need medicine. If your mood swing affects your body, you just need detoxification. In the modern human being, the whole problem I found, their mood swings affect body, not physiology. Listen, I have seen in my village, the elders, when the wife dies, their mind goes through so much, their body stops functioning. Listen carefully. Not that body is diseased, their physiology stops functioning. Listen, I'll repeat now. Understand these layers. Body, physiology, psychology. I call psychology only as a mind. Your psychological layer, mind. Then your being, individual consciousness. When your mind is affected by something, if your body is affected, you need detoxification. Not any medical attention. If your mind affects your psychology, your physiology, then you need medicine. For example, you have a depression, your body suffers that mood swing. Then you need detoxification. No medicine will work. How much ever you give depression medication, nothing will work. If your psychology problems affect your physiology, intra-organs and internal organs, only then the medicines will help. There is two different things. I think you need to listen very subtle, careful, because what I am talking is one of the most subtlest principles of the identity game you play. I know I need to insert this very step by step, this whole knowledge into you. That is why I was first helping you to intra-analyze and then take you to the next level. But if you understand this, It can liberate you from many of your useless pride you carry. If you can, you always think, if you can throw tantrum by shouting, you established your masculine powerfulness. For women, if you cry and collapse and blackmail everyone and get what you wanted, you feel successful. You are not understanding both these patterns are absolutely destructive. They are not definition of your identity. They are identity crisis actually. Listen carefully. How many of you are understanding these 2 points? Aggression more than needed to get what you want, and blackmailing and collapsing more than needed to throw tantrum and get what you want. Both. Listen carefully. If you do overacting, knowing you are overacting, you are intelligent. But after some time, even if you forget you are overacting and start believing that is the truth, you are a fool. A person who knows he is overacting and be intelligent to keep the distance between his overacting and his own cognitions is an enlightened being. That is what is the gap, the unclutched gap which Krishna lives in. What I call the state of Paramashiva. Understand, I am throwing multiple ideas towards you. Even if you catch 2, 3, that's enough. I am not expecting that you will catch everything I am saying. Even if you catch 2, see, if I am throwing 100 and you catch 2 or 3, that's more than enough. I am okay with it. But I expect and request you to try to grasp as much as possible. I'll repeat now. It's very subtle principles. Straight, simple technique I can give. If you are a male in a male body, entertain more and more and more of non-sexual romance. Build lots of romantic relationships and never get into sexual relationship. This will completely raise you to the highest tantra. If you are in the female body, be aggressive warrior. Learn things like a karate, physically breaking. Please understand, now what I am saying will align your whole physiology, and this whole alignment of physical, physiology, psychology and consciousness. Physical diseases, understand? Fundamental physical diseases, and it will make you manifest powers. A romantic man and aggressive woman can manifest multiple powers just like that. A physically aggressive female body, physiologically soft, intense, romantic male body will manifest huge powers. I am giving you a straight essence. I'll give you the science also. I'll teach you the science so you can identify your gender and see the misshape. Why you create so much mess around you. See, many times, just because you want to take revenge on your dad, you go and destroy your body, your mind, your life. Just you want to throw tantrum. You just want to prove your dad that you are not going to listen to him anymore. I have seen. That is the way most of you start drinking and smoking, just to say no to dad. Just to say no to him, do something. Understand, that is the way you start feeling, defining your box of the identity. Now, it will not collapse by any practice. Intense romance based, but not physical touch. Multiple relationships. Very loving, very caring. That is why in Hindu tradition, other than your wife, everyone is Didi. In Hindu tradition, that is the way. Other than your wife, everyone is either mother or daughter. I tell you. Mother, daughter, sister relationship, where a sweet friendliness and romance is shared, but no sexual relationship. One of the biggest problem in the modern day, we forgot romance can exist without sexual relationship. Love, care can exist without sexual relationship. That's one of the biggest toxification happened to men. Understand? The biggest toxification happened to men is not pornography. The biggest toxification happened to men is men are made to believe that without sex, romance cannot exist. No. I tell you, there are multiple ways to relate other than the sexual relationship. Any person who develops that ability starts manifesting power in male body. It's actually a power manifestation technique. Aggressive women, warrior women are always the witches. Don't give the wrong meaning to the word witches. W-I-T-H-C-H. They are the most powerful Rudraganyas. Rudraganyas of the West are only abused as witches and killed and burnt and destroyed. They were very powerful sacred women. All the Hindu goddesses, if you see, always they are described as a warriors. Show me a single Hindu goddess who is not a warrior. All Hindu goddesses are described only as a warrior, born for war. They are branding itself as warriors, but it is not for all the male gods. It's not for all the male gods. But any female god, the description, born for warrior, waging war. Understand? The Shiva Shakti, yin yang, the internal completion of physical, physiology, psychology and being. It always need to be other qualities. The layers, listen carefully. When you bring a non-sexual, highly romantic physiology into male body, you and others mistake you are a gay. I don't know how many of you are able to catch what I am saying. Even you mistake, because West teaches you only if all your relationships are sexual act based, you are a male straight. If your relationships are more romance, love based, even you start doubting, am I gay? Understand? How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? First of all, gay is not wrong. Second, even if you identify yourself as a gay, it may be off understanding. If you go to the third layer, psychology, and perceive aggression there, then you are not gay, you are complete. Understand, I am not promoting being straight or being gay or being transgender or being bisexual and all that. I am only helping you to identify what category you belong to. So you get comfortable with the category you belong to. The moment you get comfortable, you are liberated. Because any stress within your gender identity is identity crisis. If there is no stress with your gender identities, you become transcendental gender. You become liberated being. After that, your actions no more bind you. And everyone who comes around you feels such grace. They feel showered, fulfilled, complete. I wanted this session to be watched 2-3 more times because many things which I said, you need to hear again and again and allow it to sink in you. If your body is male, bring more romance in your physiology. If your body is female, bring more aggression in your physiology. If you alter the physiology, psychology and being aligns by itself, because that two zone you cannot do anything, only I can do. That listens only to initiation. Only to the level of physiology your will persistence works. More than the physiology, your will persistence does not work. Your psychology and conscious being level, only I will have to work. Initiation works. Awakened Kundalini works. These various permutation combinations in the physical level, aggressive, physiological aggressive, psychological passive, consciously dull. This becomes one kind of a gender. Most of the modern day men are like this only. Absolutely impotent. Don't feel disrespected. I'm revealing the truth to you. Listen carefully. As long as you believe by overpowering you can define your identity. If you are in the male body and believe in overpowering defines your identity, you are a fool, impotent. If you are in female body and throwing tantrum and collapsing victim mood makes you successful and gets you what you want, you are Mudevi, inauspiciousness. Nobody should live with you. Listen. Now I'm describing all the negative aspects first. So you understand and it really hits you. Whenever I utter these words, if it hits you and hurts you, don't worry. Once for all, that patterns will leave you. Because your inner space, deep down, is already in love with me. That is why you are sitting. That is why so much of power manifestation. Understand? All power manifestation is sexual energy aligned. That's all. The sexual wounds in you, when they are healed, you manifest powers. Every power you manifest, I have healed 10 sexual wounds in you. That's all. Aggression gets into the field where you have to be passive, and passiveness gets into the field where you have to be passionate. This whole mess, I heal. That's all. Every power manifestation is nothing but sexual wounds getting healed. The gender identity related wounds getting healed is what is power manifestation. When I pour Kundalini in you, the gender identity related pains disappear. The pains you carry because of rejection and aggression, feeling exploited or feeling used, or feeling you used others, all this just gets melted down. And fundamentally, love in its pure form do not cause any of this pattern. Feeling exploited or exploiting, pain or rejection, all these are misplaced gender identities, not actual reality. Please understand, now I want to tell you one thing. Really, whenever you feel rejected by somebody, that person suffers. You rejected that person. Later on, if you have open heart-to-heart conversation, both of you will realize both of you suffered feeling rejected. It is not one. I don't know how many of you are able to understand what I am saying. How many of you experienced this? No, I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the truth. In reality, the pure love never causes pain. All pain is from delusion, misplaced gender identity. See, if your society teaches you, if this are qualities are there, only then your love should be recognized by you. That is where the problem starts. Anything which does not cause pain, enjoy. Anything which causes pain, keep yourself away from it. That's all. Just avoid violence. There is no other law in life. I am interested only in healing you and making you manifest powers. Listen. Listen carefully. How many of you are able to understand this misplaced ideas of identity, gender, created too much mess in you and your actions and reactions? Raise your hand. That's enough. Now listen. One of the most healing thing is knowing that others also have same problem as you. That heals you a lot. That gives you a lot of comfort. Understand, because I have to infuse Kundalini into the deepest corners of your identity, the male, female, right, wrong, aggression, good, bad, everything. That is why your core being feels very intimate with me. And that core being just knows, I know everything, and you don't need to worry about hiding or explaining, or you just need to be, you can be as you are. That core confidence is what I call integrity to Guru. Integrity with Guru. Understand? Integrity with me does not mean you need to tell your whole life to me. I don't want to listen to all that blue film stories. No. Who wants to listen? You should know, I know everything and you don't need to tell me. That is what is integrity. Understand? You feeling, I know everything and you neither need to tell me nor you need to hide from me. See, understand? Even if you think you need to tell me everything, it is not integrity. Then you think, I don't know. You should know very clearly, I neither need to hide from him, nor need to tell him. Explain to him. He knows. I cannot hide because he knows. I don't need to tell because he knows. That is what is integrity. Understand? Either you try to hide or you try to tell, both are not integrity. How many of you are understanding this? Trying to tell, trying to hide, both are non-integrity. Knowing clearly, I neither need to tell nor need to hide, he knows. That is integrity. Understand? Whoever in the corners deep down has that click with me, you will continuously manifest powers, because that is what is the umbilical cord connection between you and me. Not telling everything about your life, nor hiding, knowing he knows neither I need to tell nor I need to hide. Actually, I know whatever is in you, but I don't know. My unknown knows all your known and unknown. My avyakta knows all your avyakta anvyakta. Because my avyakta, unmanifest, knows your manifest and unmanifest, I know your unmanifest and manifest. Because I know my unmanifest. Listen. In you, your manifest does not know your unmanifest. In me, my manifest knows my unmanifest. My unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest both. Because my unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know your manifest and unmanifest. Now, I'm not playing with words. I'm making you understand. This will solve a lot of your problems and make you catch the integrity. Because my unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know your manifest and unmanifest. How many of you are understanding this statement? Yes. And my manifest unnecessarily never tries to know your unmanifest and manifest. My manifest learns from my unmanifest about your unmanifest only to guide you and help you whenever required, wherever required. So, you can be rest assured, I know everything and I will not know everything. So, you neither need to be feeling, you need to hide from me, nor need to be feeling, you need to tell me everything. Neither transparency nor hiding is required. Just the trust. Swamiji knows. So neither I need to hide, nor I need to tell. He just knows. That is what is integrity. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Understand? If we spend few more minutes and watch this whole thing, what I said is like a zigzag puzzle. I made statement about aggression, I made statement about women, I made statement about so many things. You need to watch this at least once or twice for the whole zigzag puzzle to fall in place. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Then, I want to answer your questions precisely. Only that way I can take you to the deeper level understanding about gender identification. I have to smash thousands of incompletions you carry about this gender identification. Biggest violence done to human beings is ignorance about the gender, wrong ideas about the gender being injected on people. I want you to spend few minutes in watching this whole session once more. Then I wanted to answer your questions and take you to the precise depth process. And I want to tell you guys, first time I have ever started opening up, speaking in detail. Because I am free. And I tell you guys, hey, all of you, directly or indirectly, have taken the responsibility for me to have my own nation. So I commit with you, I will give you the ultimate freedom. Because I wanted this freedom to give you enlightenment. I have nothing to achieve. I have nothing to gain. With all this freedom, as the people who are living around me, I don't even come down from the room other than the class. I don't even go out for a walk. I just sit in my bed whole day. Whenever I have class, I come and sit here and do the class. Just go and sit there. That's all. So my freedom is only to give enlightenment to all of you. I have nothing else to do. And you guys have supported me directly, indirectly, multiple ways. By giving your time, treasure, talent, so many ways. And I commit with you guys, I will give you absolute enlightenment, uncompromising.
Nityananda. Amazing revelation on 11 genders. Like when I heard this session the first time, I was like mind blown. How many of you felt So many of these things what Swamiji revealed, like, wow, just wow, right? Like you would have heard it for the first time. Oh my God, Ma Christina is saying there's a lot of feelings. Thank you for this blessing. Absolutely, Ma. This revelation from Swamiji is one of the most precious gift for humanity. Because what Swamiji is giving in this, like literally, this is like too powerful. And the fact that we're all learning it, this is the biggest blessing, this is the biggest boon that we all can get. Quite literally, this is like one of the most like a powerful experience that we can get. Okay. Can I request all the participants to come on camera? Ma Kareen, Ma Julie, Ma Yogananda Rupini. See, 11 genders. What Swamiji revealed in this session. Gender is a permutation combination of 4 components. Who can tell what are the 4 components? Your whole idea of you, your gender, is a permutation combination of 4 major components. Who would like to tell what are those 4 components? I see different answers. Come on, I request every one of you to post. Correct. Ma Christina Hagen, that's right. It's conscious, physical, physiological, and will. That's correct. Your physical gender, which is your body. Then your physiology. Then in your conscious level. And in your will. Listen very carefully. In every aspect, your level, there are permutation combination of these 4 layers that forms the 11 genders. It is very important that you know what component of you, which part of you is associating with what gender. Swamiji revealed something amazing. Swamiji said, for all women, physically they should be very aggressive. The physiology should be very aggressive physiology. And for all the men, Swamiji briefly revealed how their physiology should be. The right permutation combination of these genders forms the gender psychology in you, how you experience what gender you associate yourself with. This session is something too important for us to understand, because in this, what Swamiji has revealed, in this session, what Swamiji has explained to all of us, it's too important for us to know. I'm going to request each of you to type up what did you understand in this session. Can I request every one of you to type? See, there are 4 layers we have. Your physical body, your physiological system, your psychological layer, and then your individual consciousness. Now, Swamiji revealed something very important. Not all 4 are always aligned. Sometimes you will have one is male, the physical is male, physiological is female, psychological is male, and being is female. If it is, when you have a combination, you will have a balanced life. But physical, physiological, both are male. Physical, physiological, both are female, means you are stuck. Your consciousness is overloaded. This is very important for us to understand. You will have constantly the same sexual habit and practice, and that same you will collapse, because fundamentally the problem is not the external action, but the internal concept you carry. Okay. Now, Swamiji revealed something very important. Swamiji said, the identity, when Swamiji is saying it's not the act, it's the identity. If your body is male and your physiology is passive, your psychology again is masculine, and consciousness is passive, you will have completion and fulfillment. For male bodies, all the male bodies that are watching this program, please understand, if your body is male, which is aggressive, your physiology should be passive physiology. Your psychology should be aggressive psychology, and your consciousness should be passive. Means body, masculine body, aggressive body is actually good for men. It'll be very energetic and active. But aggressive physiology is bad. Aggressive physiology means physiology which is always pushing itself to extreme. This normally happens, right? The highest border blood pressure, it can only go when it cannot handle anymore, it will stop. All of this high sugar levels in each aspect. Your intra-organs and internal organs should not be aggressive. This is for male. Your body can be aggressive, but your physiology should not be aggressive. For all the women, it's the opposite. If for all the women, your body, the physical body should be passive. Your psychology, your physiological body should be aggressive. So you have 4 layers, right? Physical component, then physiology. Physiology means internal organs and intra-organs, which control your internal organs. For example, your throat, thyroid is an internal organ, Vishuddhi chakra is an intra-organ, pituitary is an internal organ, and third eye is an intra-organ. Like this, each of the internal organs and intra-organs put together forms your physiology layer. Now, listen. When all these 4, physical, physiological, psychological, and the conscious will. Now, for all the female bodies, you're going through mood swings, all the ups and downs, when it's not balanced properly, it will create a lot of imbalance in your system. It will give you depression. Are you all understanding? Listen, aggression for all the women. If you build aggression in feminine body and building romance in masculine body will heal and liberate you. A physically aggressive female body and physiologically very passive, psychologically aggressive, and consciously passive is the best female system to have. So far, how many of you are catching it? How many of you are understanding it? You know, it's like, oh my God, but you listen to it. Take a few minutes. Karen is saying, I understand the physical and physiological layer. It's still blur about psychological and conscious will layers. How to make them active, of course. Seema, psychological means your mental setting. Usually, the psychology, the way society trains us, women's psychology is weak because they say you're subject to mood swings, this and that. If you make your psychology aggressive instead of passive, that is a right combination. Physically, should be aggressive. That's why if you see in Hinduism, see all the male deities, you will see them sitting in Chinmudra in the meditative form. Female deities, Durga, Gauri, Parvati, everyone you will see aggressive. They'll be sitting on a lion with, Trishul, and they'll be like warriors. It's because physical body for women should be aggressive. Physiologically should be passive. The psychology layer, which means not having mood swings, not having a tantrum throwing mental setup, all these are the symbol of aggressive psychology. If it is not aggressive psychology, you will be prone to constantly having mood swings, ups and downs, easily having emotional breakdown, mental breakdown. All of it is passive psychology. And Christina is saying the combination Swamiji told seems to be the perfect, because it seems today that most people are doing the opposite. Absolutely. That is why the society is messed up. Today, the gender change surgeries are drastically increasing. And most of the young kids, they're all having there's a whole identity crisis that people are having, because they're not clear what is the gender they're supposed to have. People are confused. But if you build the right combination of gender, if you understand what it is that actually you are comfortable with, and Swamiji tells one of the best things Swamiji says, if you have always, if you feel like you're not clear about your gender, that's the best thing. Thank God you've still not fallen into what society has built the box for you. So, whenever you consciously decide, consciously look in, how is your inner consciousness, core of you, contemplate. Is it aggressive or is it passive? When you build that right combination, you will have so much of healing in your system. Makaren is asking, so psychological layer is about our mood and the will conscious is there. Okay. Yes. Psychological layer is not just the mood, the mental setup, the kind of thought currents. Like not cherishing a powerless victim feeling thought current for women, being aggressive. And for men, cherishing more romantic, sweet, loving thought currents. That will be the right combination. And consciousness layer means, Swamiji beautifully explains, in your core, in your will, in your consciousness, how are you? The basic core of you, which arises all the thought currents, from where arises all the functioning, how you respond to life, look into that. Swamiji says this one truth cuts across the field of sex, physical, physiological, internal organs, intra-organs, science of medicine, everything, because this one science alone has the power to heal you in all these layers. Fundamentally, society messes you up. They say you are a female, you're supposed to be this, you're supposed to be that, you're supposed to be male. And we're not just talking about equality. No. Swamiji clearly says no two genders can be equal. It doesn't make sense. Two genders can be unique. Women empowerment does not mean making men and women equal. That whole thought current is messy. You cannot say, how can a giraffe be so long, have a long neck? Come on, all elephants also should have a long neck. No, it's not going to make sense. Everything is unique. You need to, Swamiji says the gender empowerment, the women empowerment, there's no gender equality, celebrating the uniqueness, empowering the unique aspects of each gender, experiencing completion is the right way. So I'm going to request all of you, let's now go into an exercise to understand this. Sit and pen down your physical, physiological, conscious layers. Just look at yourself physically. How do you have, like, are you aggressive or passive? Write down clearly so you understand. Take a few minutes, sit, write down consciously how you are in all, put it at the table so you will understand it clearly. Please take a few minutes. I request all of you. Yes. Hope all of you have finished writing. And to all the participants, I request all of you to post what was your click from this session. What did you all understand from this exercise? Please take a few minutes. Now, we're all going to be entering into the power manifestation. Please understand, with this space, what you have understood from this session. Now, what Swamiji has revealed. Remember, this one science, if you just understand about how the different layers of gender identification happens in you, the whole the way how the definitions of gender by the society binds you will simply completely stop, and you'll experience a beautiful shift in the way how you see it. And one of the most important aspects, now with whatever each of you have written down, right? You would have written down the different layers, different understandings. In each layer, what you associate with, all of it, consciously decide to bring it to completion. Each time, whenever you are stuck having some kind of relationship issues, whenever you feel a mood swing, whenever you feel like something is not, there's an hormonal imbalance in you, do this completion process. It is very, very powerful. And now, when you decide this, Swamiji says very beautifully, there's an incident from a very beautiful happening from Swamiji's own life. Swamiji was once reading the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and at that time, there was one particular reference where it was saying about being able to consciously alter the body, right? And at that time, Swamiji said when he was in Samadhi, Swamiji had a revelation inside him that whether it is male or female, you can modify, it's like you can switch it on off whenever you want. You can alter your body physiology. Swamiji said he just had contemplating on that one truth, and Swamiji just like consciously, Swamiji just decided to balance the male and female aspects of Swamiji's body. And at that very moment, Swamiji manifested Aranarishwara, which literally half of Swamiji's body was manifesting all the feminine aspects, feminine qualities, and the other half of Swamiji's body was completely like all the masculine qualities it was manifesting. Swamiji tells very, very beautifully, you can alter your body as you want by your conscious will. It is not hard. In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Paramashiva tells this exact verse about the science. He tells very beautifully in that verse. Swadehe jagato vapet sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvan vyajjate para. He says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, your Swadeha, consists, and the whole universe consists of the same reality. Their source cause is Sadashiva. When you experience a restful awareness, ultimate universal divine power, Parashakti, manifests in you, and you get the ability to alter nature as you want, which includes your body. We have heard stories of Mahavatar Baji, who ceased to age. We know tons of stories like this from Mahabharata. Ramayana, Hanuman, who increases and decreases in weight as he wants. We all have read about Bhagavan Krishna lifting the Govardhana Parvata. We have read so many of these things. We have read about how Arjuna becomes Brahmanala. All of these is a science. It is not a coincidence. It's not a fabricated story. It's not a mythology. No, it is a science. And Hindus were the only ones who knew that we can alter the gender as we want.
One thing important that we need to understand is why we are doing this power manifestation. Understand. First, to experience the completion, healing inside. There's a very beautiful incident where Devi Sita walks into the court of King Janaka for her Swayamvara, where kings and like emperors from all over the world had gathered there. She's a young girl and who was just in her teenage. Small young girl walking into the palace. The grace she carried, the moment she steps into the palace, automatically the entire crowd just stood up, including her own father, King Janaka stands up, just seeing her. That is the grace that starts manifesting to you if you experience deep completion in all four levels. Like how Swamiji said, whether it's in your physical layer, physiological layer, psychological layer, or the conscious layer, in each existence, how you are functioning, that decides your gender. That's your identity. Aligning those functioning rightly, bringing more and more completion in that, will make you as a graceful being. Your grace, it's not your beauty, it's not some features that you have that commands that grace, that commands that respect. It is how you carry yourself. That is what we are working on. When you do the power manifestation, when you allow Swamiji to flow through you, you are letting those four layers to get healed, to get aligned more and more. And through that, you will start being extremely graceful.
Now, consciously sit and decide to manifest your body the way you want. Can I request each of you to pose? Now we are going to start in each areas, right? Like you can take any aspect of it. Let's start with something very simple, right? What you're going to do is, you're going to heal an acne or a blemish or a scar from your body. And before we start that, I would like to request each of you to post, take a picture. Confirm to me in the chat once you take a picture of the current way it is. Anything. You can say you want to heal a blemish on the face, you want to heal the mark on the skin. You are going to do this whole thing now. And I'm going to request all of you to first take a current picture of it as it is. Confirm in the chat once you take. And once you take the before picture, now what you need to do is bring your whole awareness on that region. Experience yourself in that region. Feel like as if you, that whole part is you. You will actually experience how the whole energy will be redirected there. And you will suddenly see there'll be so much of healing. Connect to Swamiji.
Wake up song for Paramashiva in me.
Chant the Mahavakya.
For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful.
I request each of you to please take a minute and confirm once you click the before picture. Please post it in the chat and please let us know that you have taken. So you will actually be able to verify if you have manifested it or not. And intensely visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Please take a few minutes. I request every one of you to intensely manifest.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam. Hope all of you have manifested. I request all the participants to please take a few minutes. I request all the participants to please take a few minutes. Now, check and verify if you have manifested. See how much you have manifested and verify. See, it will start reflecting immediately as healing or as various aspects in how you manifest your experience. So please take a few minutes and I request all of you to share. Check, verify and share how many of you have manifested it. All right. Now, we're going to be entering into the next session, which is a very important session, on how we are, the initiation that we're going to be receiving today as the Akshara Matrakas, the 56 sound syllables. We're going to be learning about that in detail right now. So we're going to be entering into that session. I request all the participants, if you have any questions regarding this, please feel free to post it in the chat and we'll be more than happy to attend to it. And now we're going to be entering into the next session to understand the Akshara Matrakas. What are the 56 Akshara Matrakas and what is the initiation we'll be receiving today? Let us enter into the session.
Let me introduce the science, this process, now which we are going to do. the exact 16 sounds which awakens these same lines into your brain, in your cognition, which makes that 42 powers awakened. I am going to use those 16 sounds and literally program your biomemory and muscle memory with those 16 sounds. See, all this, the traditional dress, ashram dress, it is all directly helping you to support the process. So, the weight of the clothes should sit only on the left shoulder. It should not sit on the right shoulder. If it sits on the right shoulder, body heat will increase tremendously. Your lungs will feel suffocated. If it sits on the left shoulder, only then lungs won't feel suffocated. It will constantly keep itself cool. And especially that Vaishnavite structure of worshipping and all that is completely that. See, Vishnu, because he is in the Milky Ocean and everything related to Vishnu will be cool. So that's why Tulasi, not to catch cold. Shiva, the whole thing is cool, that the Kailasa, everything. But he himself is a very high active heat. That's why Baal to cool it. Baal will cool. The whole thing is related to this. I am going to give you the 54 Matrukakshara initiation, bringing the Paramashiva's DNA through the planets and 54 sounds. Actually 56. 54 is known to human beings. Only for Devatas, the other two is known. So 56 sounds. We call it Matruka, Akshara Matruka. Going to use the 54 sound energy. I can say that 56, 2, which is known to Devatas, also is going to be used. 56 sound energy and auspiciousness, life positivity. You will all feel intensely, romantically and sexually active and alive now, because all auspiciousness, body experiences as romance and intense sexual energy. The whole body will feel that intense auspiciousness with this initiation. Whole life will feel very romantic and pleasant, and that bliss body, your bliss body will start manifesting. Many of you, when you are about to get the result of your hard work, you just break the whole thing. You know that 99% of the work is done. Within next 2 days or 3 days, the 100% is going to be done. It's like you are going to sign the deal. It may be buying a house, or marriage, or some relationship, or some business success, or some relationship with your team, or even things related to your family or team or teamily, sometimes even your relationship with me. You know you are in the last leg and you purposely break it.
In Tamil, we have a proverb. Venna thirandu varumbodhu thaliya udaikkirathu. Means you churn the butter. You know the butter has come before you collect that butter. You break the pot. You knowingly do it. Many times you know. It is about to happen, but you break. How many of you understand you have that pattern? It's like a compulsive behavior. How many of you understand? Yes, you do this many times knowingly. Raise your hand. Let me see. You know that you are on the last leg and you break. And you feel compelled to do it. Listen, that pattern and nervous breakdown and this deep sex-centered anger. Only I am undersexed. Everyone is oversexed. All these three are very closely related. I tell you, listen. When your Muladhara, root center, tastes Paramashiva, you feel in your muscle memory orgasm, in your biomemory extreme romance, in your bioenergy high Kundalini Shakti. Listen, I commit with you. I really love you guys. Mangala, life positivity, always enters into you as a romance and cosmic orgasm, as a sex energy. That's why I am wearing the pearl, DNA of moon, Chandra, and coral, DNA of Mangala, Mars. I'll bring Paramashiva's DNA through the planets, put it inside your Muladhara chakra. It will do so much auspiciousness. I tell you, first it will break that self-sabotaging pattern. How? The compulsive behavior of breaking your own life when things are exactly on 99th%. You will do everything. The 100%, that last is going to happen. Tomorrow you are going to sign and today you will break it. Knowingly. That self-sabotaging pattern gets removed when Mangala, the Mars energy, manifests in you. Mars energy manifests in you when Paramashiva's DNA is put in your root chakra, Muladhara chakra. In which planet does self-sabotaging? Rahu does it. Rahu is the reason for that. Paramashiva beautifully says in Kriya, in Puja, there is a special ritual called making yourself Divya Sariri. You invoke every part with the sacred syllable of Paramashiva's name. Paramashiva sits on the throne made out of 54 mantra. Not 52, 54. 52 akshara, one spelled but doesn't have a script. Another one can neither be spelled nor written. So totally 54 akshara. He sits on the throne which is made of these 54 aksharas. And listen carefully. When you invoke those aksharas in the various parts of your body with the declaration, this part of the body, let it manifest Paramashiva and his glory, his state, space, powers and being and powerful cognitions. That part becomes Divya Sarira. If you do not feel pain during the multiple compound fracture, be guaranteed your body will not stink or rot or degrade when you leave the body. It will only be Jiva Samadhi. There will not be ordinary death. The body will not have any decay. Yoga Sarira doesn't decay. You become Divya Sarira. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What does he mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavagya and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hrim Nityananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gam Nityananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Maha Pranava, Om. It can manifest everything with the specific bijas it can manifest those specific manifestations immediately.
How the neurological experiences can be generated independent of outer circumstances and can be established permanently in us.
First thing, do you understand neurological experiences are generated in your dream independent of outer circumstances?
Yes.
How can that be created, you are asking? See, I'll talk about this example of these alchemy products. If I utter a word cow, immediately that animal picture starts appearing in your brain. Am I right? Yes. So I instigate a neurological experience by my sound. Same way, there is something called Deva Bhasha. Through vibration, I can instigate certain experiences in you.
Irrespective of outside.
That is what is called Deva Bhasha. So those vibrations can be stored in a product. And it can go on instigating that in you constantly, whatever you are doing as your everyday routine. Whether you are lying down or sleeping or anything. That is what I am doing. That's all.
That the experience can be permanent in us.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Neurological. When the effect is created, it's permanent enough.
Yes.
Now you understand that it's not waste of time and energy. It's all real science. I'm doing something real. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. So you do not need to presume you need to be very silent, peaceful, meditating. You don't have to presume any of that. You don't have to imagine any of that. I am making it very clear. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. I am only expecting cooperation from your body. Means sit holding the yantra, don't scratch yourself, don't hurt yourself, like that housekeeping kind of level. That level cooperation only I am expecting from you. Nothing more than that. If at all I expect any cooperation, it is all just simple housekeeping level, which you can physically do, which you can do it using your body. Nothing else is required. So you do not have to have any stress. I free you from all psychological demand. No psychological demand. And just be free. You are going to be spending some time sitting, like when you spend time rarely seeing the sunset, or sitting in your rose garden, or just sitting with the books, not even reading, seeing pictures. Now that is one of my hobby. I have beautiful photographic books of all the temples. Lot of temples, pictorial books. I'll be sitting and watching all those temples. So how you casually spend? I tell you, if you have your own library and your own garden, you have everything you need. The garden which you love, where you spend time, and the library which you love, where you spend time. So how you spend time there? Like that, just sit. You don't have to plan. And if you are tensed, okay, be tensed. If you are relaxed, okay, be relaxed. I am not expecting any psychological cooperation from you. And you don't have to presume that you are supposed to be in any specific way. When I am chanting those 16 syllables, you may feel the shooting pains in the body, which will be getting released. It's like the hot flash kind of a thing. But it will not give you any suffering. Don't worry. Don't be afraid.
if you are having knee pain, suddenly you will see in the knee hot flash kind of a thing, a kind of a needle entering or that kind of feelings, but it will disappear immediately. These 16 sounds, they are not even a described syllable. Please understand, it is not like A, B. It is not like a defined separate letters. It will be like a. So it may be sometimes like a mixture of A and E off. So it is a 16 sound, not 16 syllable actually. That's the truth. It's a 16 sound, not 16 syllable. So those sounds I am going to use very intensely. Those 16 sounds form the basis of your cognition. Listen. Your cognition of love, joy, insecurity, bliss, fear, good, bad, right, wrong, all that starts in your cognition. You see that all the things you cognize get triggered in your cognition with these 16 sounds. For example, anything you experience in your life, good, bad, world, large, small, anything, it has to get triggered in your cognition, in your inner space. It should get triggered. For example, the moment that I utter the sound, tiger, immediately some kind of a fear, mixed fear with insecurity, those, all that gets triggered. The moment that form is triggered by this sound. So everything in your life gets triggered in your inner space only from this 16 sound. The mixture of this 16 sound is the source of all cognition in your life. All of you are able to understand what I am saying? So, I may be just cutting into many of your pains, pleasures, good, bad, right, wrong, into many of those things through this 16 sound and melting them away. It's not that I'm going to cut and let the body remain with you.
Okay, come on, listen. Listen. All of you do only one favor for me. You all have a deep anger that everyone is oversexed, only you are undersexed. Just drop that pattern. Drop that stupidity that everyone else is oversexed and only you are undersexed. Drop that, that is enough. I'll make your bliss body literally experience Paramashiva now. See, there is only one pattern stops you enjoying Paramashiva physically inside your body. Please understand. There is only one pattern. You have so much of anger about sex. Everyone is oversexed. Only I am undersexed. Why? Just drop that stupid pattern. You will overflow sexed. That means Paramashiva will manifest in you. All human beings think everyone is oversexed, means everyone is enjoying sex so much. But only you are undersexed, means only you are not given enough. Only for you it is denied. That is the foundation pattern. You develop so much anger, jealousy, inauspiciousness with everyone within yourself, within you also. Jealousy, violence. When I am struggling and suffering so much to get sex, why this fellow should get so easily? Everyone's anger towards the cinema celebrities. See, why do you think any gossip you put about cinema celebrity, especially the sex scandal, everyone jumps on it and watches? Not only cinema celebrity, anyone, political celebrity or religious celebrities, anyone. People have so much anger. I am undersexed. I am not given enough. But everyone is oversexed. Everyone is given so much. That foundation, that violence, if you just decide for next 1 hour, I will drop that. This stupid comparison. See, sex is like a food only. If somebody is overeating, they are going to suffer the obesity. Why are you so violent and jealousy and angry about it? If somebody is overeating, they are going to suffer the obesity or all the side effects and after effects of it. That's all. And it is their life. So, let each one decide whether they want to be oversexed or undersexed, their sex life. You drop your violence about it. See, if you just push your violence about it away, I can bring Paramashiva into your body. Your body can enjoy Paramashiva inside you. Listen carefully. When I bring Paramashiva's DNA and put in your Muladhara Chakra, root center, the only pattern stops people receiving Paramashiva in their root chakra is the jealous that everyone is oversexed. Only I am undersexed. Only I am given very less sex. Everyone gets too much sex. It can be sex, romance, love, life positive energy. You always feel everyone is given so much, only I am denied. If you just move that one pattern away, I can just simply let Paramashiva enter into your Muladhara Chakra, root center, your sex energy center now. You will experience, your body can enjoy Paramashiva now. Sit straight. Listen. When your body enjoys Paramashiva, you give birth to yourself. The superconscious mutation happens in you You enjoy intense love, romance, sex, everything inside you, in your muscle memory, bioenergy with Paramashiva. That bliss, that cosmic orgasm gives birth to yourself. So I'm going to use the 56 akshara sounds and infuse Paramashiva in your Muladhara chakra till the next 1 hour. Means till this initiation, do not touch anyone. You may have your kids, pets, family around you. Just tell them all to sit without touching you. Don't touch anyone, any body, human body or your pets. Do not touch anyone. You can have Atmalinga, but do not touch anyone, because when Paramashiva overflows in your Muladhara chakra, just enjoy only Paramashiva. Don't be influenced by others' patterns. So even your kids, tell them not to touch you during this initiation. Om. Even husband and wife, spouse, kids, pets, don't touch anyone during this initiation. Just sit. Let your body taste Paramashiva. Now, actually, this will lead to a lot of completion with all the sufferings you built related to sex. Almost 100% of your sufferings are centered on sex. It is from there all the ideas of insufficiency starts. Not enough starts. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Keep your eyes open and listen. See, I really love you guys. I commit with you. I'll bring Paramashiva's DNA into all your Muladhara chakra. See, I am very sincere. I can do it. One, I am capable. Second, I really love you guys. I'll do it now. My only request, sit straight, keep your eyes open, don't sleep, because Rahu takes you away from initiation only by making your eyes closed or deluded. Don't do that. I'm going to use subtle sounds now. That sounds need to reach you. It goes through eyes. See, loud sounds go through the ears. Subtle sounds goes through the eyes. I'm going to push this sound through your eyes. You will see, I will not even move my lips, but you will hear the sound, because the sound is going to go through your eyes into you. When you see me in your eyes, you will hear the sound. Through the eyes, I'll put this sound in your Muladhara chakra. So keep your eyes open. Decide. Whoever is oversexed, let them. It is like overeating. If they overeat, they are going to suffer the obesity. Why should I be angry about their oversex? It's okay. If I am doing water fasting or what you call dry fasting, I am going to enjoy the health of that. If somebody is obese, overeating, he is going to suffer the obesity. How many of you understand this simple life? Simple fact. See, if I am doing dry fasting, I am going to enjoy the health benefits of it and all the benefits. If somebody is overeating, he or she is going to suffer the obesity. So why should you have anger? Forget it. This one is enough. I can directly enter into your Muladhara chakra with this Paramashiva's 56 sounds. Listen. There are 56 primordial Moola Shabda. Moola Shabda means primordial sound, which is the foundation of Panini and the whole Sanskrit grammar. I am going to use that 56 sounds. Through your eyes, I am going to put that into your Muladhara, means root chakra, root center. Mangala, life positivity, always enters into you as a romance and cosmic orgasm, as a sex energy. That's why I am wearing the pearl, DNA of moon, Chandra, and coral, DNA of Mangala, Mars. I'll bring Paramashiva's DNA through the planets, put it inside your Muladhara chakra. It will do so much auspiciousness. I tell you, first it will break that self-sabotaging pattern. How the compulsive behavior of breaking your own life when things are exactly on 99th%. You will do everything. The 100%, that last is going to happen. Tomorrow you are going to sign and today you will break it. Knowingly. That self-sabotaging pattern gets removed when Mangala, the Mars energy, manifests in you. Mars energy manifests in you when Paramashiva's DNA is put in your root chakra, Muladhara chakra. In which planet does self-sabotaging? Rahu does it. Rahu is the reason for that.
This process of Akshara Matrika's initiation is what all of you are going to be receiving today. How many of you understood what Swamiji revealed in this session? Can I request every one of you to please let us know in the chat? Ma Yuvo Nityanandam, can I request Ma Geetanjali and all the others to please come on camera? Ma Christina, Ma Geetanjali, Ma Nistray Gunya. Can I request all the participants to come on camera, please? Yes. Today, all of you are actually going to be receiving this very initiation. Initiation to experience, transcend, and experience the space of Aranarishwara. Experiencing that space where all the gender-related notions and restrictions you transcend completely. And you experience completion in gender and your gender identity. I request each of you to post your clicks. What did you all understand from this session? This session, the Akshara Matrika's initiation, is where Swami uses unique syllables, Sanskrit syllables, to awaken the Paramashiva DNA in you. And this will bring all the Mangalatva, all the auspiciousness. So when you just focus and when you start experiencing these powerful cognitions, you will see how beautifully you'll be able to radiate that experience to others. Are all of you getting it? All right. So now we're going to I request all the participants to share what you understood from this session. Today, right before the darshan, please make sure that you are bringing your family members. Please make sure before the darshan you reach out to your family members and invite them to join today's initiation, because it's a very, very powerful process today. It's the Akshara Matrika's initiation. Through this, Swamiji will be awakening the Paramashiva's DNA in your Mooladhara Chakra. All the deep-rooted patterns related to your sexuality, your gender identity, all of them will completely heal through this initiation. It's a very, very powerful process. You will experience that ultimate bliss, the Mangalatva, the auspiciousness, the bliss, the joy literally flowing into your system. See,
this initiation that we are going to be receiving today can heal you in multiple levels, in the most sensitive areas of your very being. You're going to be receiving that healing today. You're going to experience a beautiful shift happening in your inner space today. You're going to experience how you are going to be able to experience the transformation, experience the shifts, to have an amazing breakthrough in your life with absolute, see, one thing you need to sit with is absolute non-violence. Drop any violence that you're carrying inside of you. Drop it completely and just sit in the deep space of devotion to Swamiji. Just sit, and Swamiji is going to be giving that message to all of us. Today, all of us are going to be blessed with the darshan of Bhagavan Aranarishwara, the very form of Paramashiva and Parashakti together, radiating the ultimate divine feminine and divine masculine consciousness, radiating together.
And now, before we all enter into the next session, I request all the participants to sit now, consciously sit and manifest the power. Design your body consciously. In this round, we're going to do something more unique, okay? What we're going to do is, we're going to pick a particular area of your body. Let's say you pick your hand, and I suggest you all can take this area, and you take a photo of this region. You're going to literally remove the hair in your body from just by consciously creating an intention. See, you can alter your body however you want. Let's say your nose is crossed, or you feel like you want to lift your eyebrows, or you want to make your jawline more sharper. All of it, you can manifest it just by your will. Today's power is just too cool. You can just create an intention and visualize and print your body as per the visualization that you have. I request all the participants to settle down. Please pick one area of your body and take a before picture of it. See what is the exact way it is currently. And consciously decide to connect to Swamiji and remove the any hair that is there on that part of your body. You all can see, you all can easily manifest the same way, even if you want to do another aspect of it. You can even have any kind of a part which is like you want to really alter a particular feature. Like, for example, you want to raise your eyebrows or you want to do something like that. You can manifest with them as well. You can take a before picture and manifest the same way. I request all the participants to now sit, take a few minutes, click a before picture. I'm giving you all a few minutes. Please click a before picture. Connect to Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya. I request all of you to please keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Please have your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chant the Mahavakya. Bring your awareness. If there is any particular area that you want to heal, right? Any particular area, you feel like, your finger is a little crossed or your finger is a little short and you want to increase its height. Any such this thing that you have, consciously just connect to Swamiji, decide and create a will.
Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
We request all the participants to please post how many of you have manifested. When you start actually manifesting this, you will see how you will physically be able to see the differences. You will be able to see how you're able to alter the features.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda.
You'll be able to actually see the difference it physically brings in your body. Now that all of us have manifested this power, we're all going to be entering to the next session. It's going to be a session on who Bhagavan Aranarishwara is and an introduction to Tantra. We're going to be understanding about Aranarishwara and how this form of Aranarishwara represents the ultimate Tantra. Let us all listen to that revelation now.
Each manifestation of Paramashiva is one of the dimension which includes whole Paramashiva. Listen, Aranarishwara does not mean he is only Aranarishwara. Aranarishwara is the manifestation of complete Paramashiva. You should know that. Even if you achieve any one manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Nataraja, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Lingarupa, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Kalabhairava, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Hariharamurti, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve any one form of the 64 manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. So, many sampradayas of the Saivite tradition center themselves on one manifestation of Paramashiva. For example, Agoris center themselves on Mahakala Bhairava. Veerashaivites center themselves on Lingarupa and Veerabhadra. Each Sampradaya centers themselves on one form of Paramashiva. Tantra Sampradaya centers itself on Aranarishwara. So understand, when I give these basic principles, the foundation principles of Tantra Sampradaya, and when you start living it, manifesting it, you achieve Aranarishwara directly, and Aranarishwara is Paramashiva himself. Aranarishwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. Liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. In Arunachala, in Tiruvannamalai, we have a beautiful deity of Paramashiva as Aranarishwara. I remember a very powerful incident happened in my life. One day, very playfully, all my classmates wanted to have a debate with me. Some questions they asked about Ganesha. I answered very strongly. Then one fellow said, he talks as if he knows everything. The other fellow said, no, he knows everything. And then they said, all right, tomorrow we will come up with question. We will ask any question you answer, we will give you 5 rupees. Those days 5 rupees is a big money. And any question I am not able to answer, I have to give 5 rupees. Some 10 boys gathered. I went to Kuppammal. She told me, go and attend, nothing to be afraid, go and do it. Somehow I had the confidence. And I did not even have the thought, if I don't know some answer, what will I do? Anyhow, I went and they started putting all kinds of questions. Went on and on and on. I was answering. Suddenly one very tricky question came. See, in Tiruvannamalai, there is a small temple on the Pearl Hill, means Pavalakundru, on that there is a small temple. The whole city believes the temple as a Subramanya temple because only for Subramania's function people will go there and have darshan and come. And always on the top of the hill only Subramania's temple will be there in Tamil Nadu. They just asked me one question. That temple they celebrate the Subramanya celebration. Is it Subramania's temple? Whole village and the whole, everybody knows it is only Subramania temple. Before answering, I just looked in. I saw very clearly the point which I call as balance. If you just put a rod between your ears and a rod through your third eye, where the two rods meet, that point is called balance. I saw very clearly that balance opening up and the information getting downloaded. No, it is not Subramanya temple, it is Aranarishwara's temple. Subramania's shrine is also there, but the main deity is Aranarishwara. And I tell you honestly, never that information was fed into me through eyes or through ears, because I had never been inside the temple's Garbha Mandir before, or never I heard from somebody it is Aranarishwara's temple. Never ever the information was fed to me through eyes or through ears. If you open the channel of receiving the information where the eyes and ears meet, that is what I call internet connection. The balance, the sixth sense. If the balance has access to information, it is internet connection. Your eyes are like web camera. Your ears are like speaker in the computer. You all know only how to use the eyes and ears and the keyboard. You miss the internet connection. By nature, you have the internet connection in you all. Just because you are breathing, you have internet connection. And there is no website which you can't access. There is no firewall. There is no security. You can access anything without getting corrupt or without getting infected by virus. Any information can be accessed and handled. I saw very clearly that information being happening, and I responded. One boy who was there, he got really frightened, because any normal person goes to the temple, usually the temple will be open only during some celebration. During that celebration time, always the Subramanya will be kept in the front. So nobody will have the access to the Garbha Mandir to go and even have a look of the original deity. You are shocked. And I saw really that fellow got shaken so much. He never thought, I'll know such a intricate information, fact, such deep fact, because he is from a Brahmin family who does puja of the temple. So he thought, except his family, nobody knows it is a Aranarishwara temple. And actually itself nobody knows. Even now in the village, in the city, it is considered only as a Subramanya temple. He said, how do you know? Only we people who enter the Garbha Mandir know. It's Aranarishwara. It's not Subramanya. I said, Arey, you enter Garbha Mandir every day and come out. I am inside Garbha Mandir. How will I not know? I said it so spontaneously, not with thinking or ego or arrogance or nothing. I said it so spontaneously, just as a casual. The spontaneous truth, you see.
An enlightened being cannot be constrained into, first of all, one body. Forget about constraining me into one gender. In Vedic tradition, we call enlightened beings as transcendental gender, not transgender. Transcendental gender. Neither male nor female or gay or lesbian or transgender. It's a separate kind of a body. We call it Divya Sarira, which reflects the way you want to see, you will go on be seeing it. The way you want to perceive, you will be perceiving it. The way you want to enjoy, you will be enjoying it. So it is even in language, words, Sanskrit gives exemption from all the grammar, rules, everything to enlightened beings. The Sanskrit grammarian, he says, enlightened beings are trying to express something which can never be expressed through words. So they are exempted from all grammar rules, everything. It is called Arsha Prayoga. Whenever a rishi uses the language for his own convenience, the way he wants and the way he interprets, it is accepted as a trend and grammar rule, and it is called Arsha Prayoga. He is not bound by the linguistic rules, grammar rules. Same way, an enlightened being cannot be constrained even to one body with so much of difficulty when he is trying to express through one body. You can never be able to constrain him to one gender. Whether psychology or physiology or the whole system, the body I carry, nothing can be framed into one gender. Actually, the enlightenment itself is a physiological, psychological mutation. So that is why, if you are a keen observer, means if you are a living, observing, witnessing personality, then you can understand the form I am carrying is beyond the genders. I'll describe the Arunachala story. The story of Arunachala. The whole Arunachala story is story of women, story of feminine energy. The story says that Devi was meditating and inside her being, the feminine energy got awakened. Please understand, not masculine. Feminine energy got awakened. She became Aranarishwara. The description exactly it says, in Devi, the feminine energy is awakened and she became Aranarishwara. Means half male, half female. You will be surprised. See, in male, if female energy is awakened and the description says he became half male and half female, perfectly all right. You can understand. But the story says, in Devi, the feminine energy, the feminine Shakti is awakened and she became Aranarishwara. Means, when a woman experiences fulfillment, she experiences her beloved aspect and mother aspect completely. The beloved aspect and mother aspect, please understand. If you are just beloved, you will be materialistic, outgoing. If you are just mother, you will be introvert, caring, compassionate. But both the aspects awaken a new consciousness in you. I can say complete fulfillment. I think with this one example you will understand. All of you can understand. With this one example, all of you will be able to understand that mother and beloved dimension. If you are missing the mother dimension, naturally just a beloved dimension cannot fulfill you. If you are missing the beloved dimension, just the mother dimension cannot fulfill you. The body and emotion, both will have fulfillment only when you experience both the dimension. A person who can experience and express both dimension is Aranarishwara. Please understand, Aranarishwara does not mean just half male, half female. Aranarishwara is the person who experience both dimension of feminine qualities. Both dimensions of feminine qualities. When a man becomes enlightened, he becomes a leader. When a woman becomes enlightened, she becomes mother and beloved. Ability to radiate both dimensions. So the Arunachala story describes Devi. She expressed her both dimensions. That is why she became Aranarishwara. She experiences and radiates Aranarishwara consciousness. Each one of you were carrying the feminine energy. Awakening that feminine energy is enlightenment. Please understand. The first introduction to Tantra, I'll get the sutras and read the sutras to you guys. You will be surprised. First introduction to Tantra. Shiva has spoken 64 Tantras. 64 Tantras and around 60,000 sutras. Please understand, I commented only on 112 sutras. But Shiva has spoken 60,000 sutras. The first introduction he tells, whoever listens, let you all become Devi. Only then you can understand this sutra, these techniques. He says very beautifully, he gives us a meditation technique. Even the brain setup, even the thinking, the body, physical body language, the mental setup, whatever you know as feminine consciousness, women, meditate on that. Please understand. He says you can't actually completely understand the women consciousness, even if you are a woman. Even if you think you are a woman. So the feminine consciousness, I have to use two different words. Feminine consciousness, women body. Women body has a more possibility for feminine consciousness. That does not mean just because you are in the women body, you experience or express feminine consciousness. When Shiva starts the Tantra, first thing he says, intensely meditate on the feminine consciousness. Whatever idea you have about the feminine consciousness, live. And Ramakrishna, he practiced this technique. If you have read Ramakrishna's biography, you will understand. He says, 9 months he practiced the technique. He really became woman. Not only feminine consciousness, he became woman. He says, the complete circle of energy, happened in me in that 9 months. He says that completion of energy happened in me in that 9 months. The word Tantra simply means technique, methodology. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's it. Please understand. State, space, powers and being of Paramashiva, manifesting that is called Tantra. Any methodology adopted for that purpose is called Tantra. In course of time, it got associated with multiple traditions like Shakta, Bauddha, Samana. In multiple sampradayas, orders, traditions of Hinduism, it got identified, associated, started having different connotations. And then comes the anti-Hindu narratives, anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-phobic forces contains this word and boxes it inside the gory sexual activities and orgies. Without any understandings and reality, I tell you, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. In real tantric practice, whether you do it with your own being or you do it with some beings outside, it just liberates you from everything felt as a need or urge. Understand? Food is not wrong, but urge pushing you to eat is wrong. Sex is not wrong, but the urge making you lose your balance and your integrity and pushing you to do the act is wrong. Understand? Anything which breaks your integrity is wrong, not the act. Eating is not wrong, but the urge pushing you to eat is wrong. And sex is not wrong. The urge which makes you lose your integrity for sex is wrong. Tantra works on completion, making you manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. Listen carefully. Multiple, various techniques to experience the state of Paramashiva, like unclutching, completion, to experience the space of Paramashiva, like integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, to experience the powers of Paramashiva, oneness, initiation, aushada, mani, mantra, aushada, to manifest the being of Paramashiva, diksha, ultimate initiation, communion, oneness with Guru, who is embodiment of Paramashiva, makes you manifest the being of Paramashiva. All these various levels, multiple techniques are adopted, methodologies are adopted. All of them are basically called as Tantra. Understand, Tantra is the most anti-sex, most anti-sex tradition. If you believe If you are told Tantra is the sexual tradition, you are cheated. Be very clear, you are cheated. If you think Tantra is sexual activity, you are thoroughly going to be cheated. Understand, it is most anti-sexual activity. It's highest anti-sex. Don't be cheated by the wrong introductions of the Tantra. It is all about working on the urge, not on the action. The whole focus is on the urge, not on the action. The greatest tantric masters, Paramashiva and Parashakti, reveal the science of achieving the ultimate state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva as Tantra. Very few are related to action. Most of them are related to urge. It is all about handling your being and making you manifest Paramashiva. I don't want to say Tantra is sannyas tradition, but I want to say Tantra is the way for ultimate sannyas, the Purana sannyas. It removes all the pain, anger, guilt, shame, everything associated to your body and makes you grounded. I tell you, it settles you with you first. First, you will have ultimate relationship with yourself. The kind of the feeling grounded you need to have, never to have tears in your eyes, can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt, about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the false ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's the only way. That's the only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra. Every man should become Paramashiva, every woman should become Parashakti. That is Tantra. Paramashivoham will give you precise understandings about Tantra, deep understandings about Tantra constantly. You demanding yourself and behaving even with yourself as Paramashiva and manifesting the qualities and state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva continuously in your actions, in your life, in your thinking, in your emotions, everything. That is Tantra. That's all is Tantra. Understand? Life in all its possibility manifest is Tantra. The Paramashiva in you and Parashakti in you becoming one, the communion and experiencing oneness is Tantra. The missing link between the Shastra and Stotra is connected just by this Tantra. In Tantra, only one question, how to, that's all. Never why. Never why. It is always how.
Throughout the Gita, if you see, Arjuna is putting so many questions. That itself shows he is not interested in the answer. When you put too many questions, be very clear, you are not interested in the answers. So many questions Arjuna is asking. And Krishna is replying. That is why Gita is a philosophy. Shastra. Gita-su, Upanishatsu, Sarva Vidyaya, Yoga Sastre. Shastra. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why Gita has become so popular? Why not Vijnana Tantra? He said, no, this is only for intelligent people. Naturally, intelligent people are very few. This is not for mass. This is not for intellectuals. This is for intelligence. People who are working in the field of intelligence. People who are intelligent. Only for them, this Tantra. Throughout this Tantra, only once Devi asks only one question, that's all. Devi puts only one question. That is not even a question. Just she awakens. Shiva to deliver this, that's all. It's not even a question. Just she gives chance for Shiva to express himself over. But throughout Gita you can see so many questions again and again and again. If you ask why, you'll become a philosopher. If you ask how, you'll become a scientist. Tantra answers only the how, never the why. Tantra answers how. It gives you the technique straight away. Tantra is not at all concerned about the truth. Please be very clear. It is not at all concerned about the truth. It is concerned about your experience of truth. It doesn't want to sell words. It doesn't want to sell empty words. Tantra is not a bookshop. It is not even a library. It is just laboratory. Shastras are libraries. Tantra is a laboratory. It is concerned only about the alchemy process. It wants you to reach it over. It never bothers about what is truth. It bothers how you can reach, how you can achieve. Tantra is too great truth. It is too much on a common mass, on a common man. Normal man cannot digest or tolerate Tantra.
Kailasa is the ecosystem I am manifesting, where in this ecosystem, people will flower to their highest possibility. When people are feeling bored, couples are feeling bored, tired, that middle age boredom and tiredness hits them, they should be given the signs of Tantra. They should try to find oneness, not just body alone, through the mind, the common goals, common emotions, commonly what they enjoy, art, science, different fields. And conscious spiritual powers, experience, enlightenment. If you find something which makes you
experience oneness, you will never think of divorce. You know how to go to the depths of each one's consciousness and manifest oneness. You will not feel tired or bored with the other person. You know there's so much to explore. So much of possibility is there. This is the science of Tantra. This is the foundation of Tantra. Shiva is embodiment of love. This very story, he gets married after the Manmata was burned, shows the marriage was pure love. It was pure love, the pure bhakti, the pure anahata chakra is embodiment of anahata chakra. Understand? There is a beautiful description of Shiva and Parvati's relationship in Tantra. The description says the Shiva had the motherly attitude towards Devi. The relationship was described. I was surprised when I read those descriptions. It says Shiva felt Devi is his own mother. A strong motherly connection means what? The pure anahata. The pure anahata energy. When the pure anahata energy is experienced, you feel with the whole world. Either you feel that you are the mother of the whole world, or you feel the whole world is your mother. The story, the description says, Shiva felt Devi is his own mother, and she felt the whole world is her child. If you are in the female body, the female psychology, when anahata opens, you will feel everybody is your child. When you are in the male body, when you are living with male psychology, if the anahata opens, you will feel everybody is your mother. That pure feeling connection. When the inner awakening happens in your anahata, if you are in the male body, you will feel the whole world is your mother. The whole world is mothering you, protecting you, carrying you. The existence loves you. Existence is fulfilling itself through you. Please understand, you are the expression of existence, strong, pure will. You are not an accident. You are conscious miracle of existence. When your anahata opens, I tell you even this one example, you can understand. If you fall in love with somebody, suddenly, even if you fall in love with one person, suddenly you will see so much of fulfillment. And you will feel everything is so rosy, flowery, green. It's because of anahata. Love has the quality to give you the feeling that whole world cares for you. Whole world mothers you. Shiva's anahata is awakened anahata. That is why even with Parvati, with Uma, he has such a deep feeling of motherly love. What Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi exhibited, that strong feeling of motherly love means awakened anahata. Tantra is consciousness-centered tradition. It is not body-centered, mind-centered, emotion-centered. It is consciousness-centered tradition. Please listen intensely. The Mooladhara Chakra, symbolic conscious representation of the sex energy, is described with 4 petals, lotus. 4 petal lotus. The one petal represents autosex, means enjoying your own body. Like even eating tasty food comes under autosex. Eating tasty food up to masturbation, whole thing falls under autosex. Enjoying your own body. The second is enjoying your own gender, same sex. Third lotus petal is enjoying the opposite gender. The fourth lotus petal is enjoying the whole cosmos, whole universe, having union with this whole universe. That's the fourth petal. Listen. Aranarishwara is the manifestation, represents all the 4 completion, fulfillment, the all 4 dimensions in you. When it manifests into the complete completion, you become Aranarishwara. Aranarishwara manifests in your body. I tell you. Most powerful sexual energy is radiated by the kids who are taught from young age to connect with Krishna or Muruga. Understand? In Hindu tradition, if you are born from Vaishnavite family, in the young age itself, you will automatically pick up Krishna as your beloved if you are in the female body, if you are in the male body as a friend. Whether you are a male or female, you will develop some kind of an attachment, feeling connection with Krishna from the young age. Same way, if you are from Shaivite family, you will develop the connection with Muruga, Subramanya. The kids, male or female, who develop this kind of a fantasy-centric, I'm using the word fantasy-centric, which is very low and in a way even not completely expressing what I want to express, but the English has only the fantasy word. I can say that visually having union with Krishna or Muruga, even intimate friendship, I have seen the kids growing up in a very traditional background, how they automatically assume, if you are from Vaishnavite family, automatically the kids assume that Krishna is your beloved or your friend. If you are from Shaivite family, Muruga is your beloved or friend. That is the way flowering of the first dimension of the auto sex happens. Understand? People many times ask this question: is masturbation right? Paramashiva answers this question in Tantra. In masturbation, you don't accumulate new muscle memory, but you accumulate biomemory. So, who you remember, with whom you connect, fantasize, imagine, visualize, and have enter into the masturbation act, you receive that person's biomemory. Listen carefully. The act masturbation itself is not looked from the prism of right or wrong in Tantra. It is looked at profit loss. If you connect with the higher conscious beings, even masturbation, you receive their biomemory. See, when you enter into a physical sexual act, you receive muscle memory, bioenergy, all the three from the other person. You should know even male receive from female and female also receives from male. It is give and take. That is why if you have multiple partners, especially who are lower than your consciousness, you may have pleasure but not peace. You may have pleasure but not peace, because the exchange of muscle memory, bioenergy complicates and makes the inner space mess. In masturbation act, you don't receive muscle memory, but you receive biomemory. So with whom you visualize matters. That decides whether your consciousness is going to raise to the cosmic union, or the consciousness is going to go down to a more lower existence, lower level existence. See, life is all about profit loss calculation, not right wrong dictations. Listen, Tantra does not look at life as vidhi nisheda. It looks at life as profit and loss. It just tells you what can profit you and what can bring loss, and leaves the decision to you.
Yes. Nityanandam, that is a very powerful revelation. All of us just listened to from Swamiji on what is gender identification. Swamiji revealed to us elaborately before this, and then now Swamiji revealed to us who is Bhagavan Aranarishwara and how the Tantra is way different than how we actually understand generally. There's a lot of wrong connotation associated with it. But what is true Tantra and how one can experience ultimate true Tantra? Today, all of us are going to be receiving a very, very, very powerful initiation where Swamiji is going to be using this 56 Akshara Matrika and giving us tremendous healing in very powerful healing where Swamiji actually heals you completely and realigns these subtle layers of you. All the Kailasavasi who have come, Kailاسavasis who have come, I request all of you also to intensely listen, be part of the sessions. This will help you a lot to rebuild yourself inside, to help you to prepare your inner space. Before that, Vishwanathanaya, you had asked, I saw your message where you had asked saying, how to actually identify your gender. What does it actually mean? See, don't worry about trying to say, okay, am I male or am I female or am I belonging to LGBTQ community? What am I belonging to? This is not what Swamiji is saying. Rather than that, you're going to see. Did you listen to the satsang where Swamiji said today when the session we played? A very special exclusive session where Swamiji elaborately revealed about how we exist in these 4 layers. See, physically, physically, okay, you are a male. Now, are you being physically active or physically passive? Are you being physiologically active or physiologically passive? Like this, in 4 layers, physical, physiological, psychological, and in conscious layers. In these 4 layers, how you exist, understand, for men. In physiology level, if you are aggressive, active, it will actually take your health into negative extremes. Like, for example, if you get headache, it will lead into extreme headaches and high blood pressure, or high, like the high BP, high cholesterol levels. The things will just hit extremes. But the same thing in physiology level for women, when the physiology is active, it will lead to things like your immense balance happening in your system, as well as having weight loss. It actually burns fat. That is why women are encouraged to become warriors, to conquer that physiology, to make the physiology aggressive, active. So now all you need to do is, sit with yourself, ask yourself and write down, okay, in physical level, how am I existing? One is how you feel your physical body is. And there might be some incompletion, certain incompletions that might be associated with your physical body. Write those down. Same way, how you feel you exist in your physical level in terms of, are you being active or are you being passive? Next is the physiology. Physiology means like your hormones, your chakras, the internal organs and your intra-organs. Hormones, your heart, your kidney, your lungs, your liver, or your chakras, your Agnya chakra, the third eye, or your Vishuddhi chakra, your bark. All these are intra-organs. So in this level, are you being passive or are you being aggressive? In physiology, you can see it very clearly. What kind of foods, like simple example, okay? You're eating food. So the way you approach it, are you having that delayed gratification or are you going with the push of your hormone? How is it functioning? You need to look into that subtle layers of it. It will take some time. Sit with yourself and actually look in.
And one of the best ways to actually do it is if you just start bringing awareness in your lifestyle. If you just bring awareness in what you do, you will suddenly start seeing the reason of why you do what you do. If you just bring awareness to that aspect, you will see that there will be a beautiful shift in the way of how you relate with things. Even food. Many times you will see your eyes will literally be begging for rest, but just that one more series you want to finish, one more episode of that series, or you want to watch your favorite movie on Netflix, you want to continue one more, scroll on your Instagram feed. Many times we push ourselves. Where all you notice that you become insensitive to your own body. And in much more deeper level than that, you become insensitive to your own gender. Because society, unfortunately, from the time you're born, can you imagine even colors are, attached with the gender connotations. If you say pink, you're a girl. If you say blue, you're a boy. So many things are added, consciously and unconsciously. Even if you think you're not affected by it all, you're still, all these conditionings get into your head. And that affects, that forms the identity. And we all think, oh, that means, gender is just something to do with the body. And how much role is it going to play? No. Gender is an identity. Along with just the physical association of it in your body, there's a lot more it constitutes of, knowingly or unknowingly, the cognitions that you add, the kind of, the whole experience that you create yourself, it matters. Hope this answered your questions.
Sorry. Are you understanding now, Vaya? So sit and do this exercise, seeing yourself in these 4 layers, how you exist. Are you being active or are you being passive? Just look at this scale and see it as how in each layer you're existing. Are you catching it? See, are you being, like for example, in your conscious layer, how are you seeing? Are you being reactive in your life? Or are you being calm, cool-headed in your life? Most of the times you'll notice that when decision making comes, you may get aggressive. So in your conscious level, in where your will, ajna, is operating from, look into that, how you are operating. Just take the scales of being passive or being active and sit and write it down. Just seeing that, the combination Swamiji is told very clearly, it's very easy to remember. Being in physical level, being active and aggressive. In physiology, being passive. This is only for men. And in psychology level, being active. In conscious level, being cool and completely just being cool, unclutched, and existing in a most passive manner. For women, it's actually the exact opposite. For women, in physical level, learning that passiveness. Physiology level, being aggressive, active, like warrior. In psychology level, being very passive. Actually, this will help bring a lot of emotional stability to women. And in conscious level, being aggressive, active, ferocious. This is actually the very perfect combination. See, ferociousness is not anger. Ferocious with yourself, like where your decision making, this amazing stability you will radiate. These qualities for women. So sit and write down and align yourself. Consciously start shifting these places. Harlan is saying, I'm a calm person, it varies day to day. See, here, calm person is just the outer existence that we have. But in your core, your psychology level, you need to be calm. In your conscious level, you need to be active. It is not about aggression. It is about activism. For men, that if you become too active in your conscious level, then you'll have extreme, like how to say, you'll get into hypertension mode. It'll lead a lot of stress. Instead, you should bring a lot of unclutching inside. Just sit, like Swamiji gave a very beautiful example. Swamiji said, for men especially, you should relate with a lot of people. You should have a lot of relationships, sweet relationships, without any like there should be no sexuality involved in it. Instead, it should just be sweet relationships. When your being is able to hold so many people, you will flower so beautifully from within. It will bring a lot more tremendous passivity in your conscious existence and in your physiology. So in each layer, how you exist matters. Martha is asking, please explain aggressive in psychology for women. For women, it is for women. The combination in psychology, you should not be having aggressiveness for women. In psychology, you should be extremely passive. See, in women, when it comes to psychology, we tend to become reactive to things. The aggression in psychology is only leading to more and more powerlessness. It will only lead you to more emotional breakdown, having a nervous breakdown. So you should never have aggression in psychology for women. Instead, you should be having passivity, deep passivity, amazing passivity, deep patience, passivity, patience. These are called as qualities of a woman. So you should develop that kind of a sweet love, extreme patience, as a part of your psychology. When you establish yourself more and more in unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi, and you operate in your life, you will see how even when things that are disturbing happens to you from external, you will not immediately react and lose your balance. So bringing in tremendous passivity in psychology for women, activism in psychology for men, strategizing, thinking, using that psychology more and more.
Actually, that is why if you see in Hinduism, right, the women, the female gods will always be physically aggressive types. Like when you see Paramashiva, you don't visualize Shiva with, some kind of a warrior type, right? Each aspects of these, if it's a reminder for us, whether the moment you connect with all the female gods, it's like Durga, Chandi, and Kali, all of these forms. The physically aggressive female body, physiologically soft, intense, romantic male, both will bring so much of healing to the system of a female body and the male body. And one of the most important things is you need to understand gender is not static. You're not fixed from the time you're born. You explore as you complete, as you evolve. You will experience that whole process of shifting. That's why Swamiji will say in Hindu tradition, that is why for men, other than the wife, everyone else is a mother or a daughter. It will be, Hinduism fosters that kind of a sweet relationship where you enjoy that beautiful, sweet love, friendliness and sweet love. And same way for women, aggressive women, warrior women, all of them. That is why all the Hindu goddesses, they're all warriors. See, you may have.
Because I have gotten this question several times in previous seasons. Like many people ask, what about Devi Saraswati, Devi Lakshmi? Are they all not very, they're represented very peacefully? No, each of them have that warrior form. If you actually open this, the Durga Saptashati, if you just open it, you will see how each of them have, like there's a beautiful description, how for forming Devi as Chandi, Chamundeshwari, and when Durga happens, each god All the gods gather around her and they give their own Shakti, their best Shakti, to form a woman who is the most powerful in all worlds put together, and to kill the Asuras, Shumba and Nishumba. So when they are actually doing that, the description says so beautifully, when Indra gives his power, all his best qualities, his best powers to form that goddess, his power goes as a Shakti. Indrani is who emerges out of him, not Indra. Same way, from Mahavishnu, Vaishnavi emerges. From Vishnu, Vaishnavi emerges. From each person, their Shakti is divine feminine conscious. That is the extreme energy, power. That is what emerges. And each form of the goddesses have their warrior form. But all the gods are all represented in a very cool manner and in a very blessing. It's like a very sweet space, because for men, physiologically passive. For women, physiologically active, aggressive. I also see one more question. So Mayana is asking, so on mental level, there's no aggression. Yes. Mental level, no aggression for women. And Shakti is translated as power. Shakti is also one other name for Devi. Shakti is divine feminine conscious, the power. And I also saw Martha asking to explain aggressive in psychology. Okay, compared to conscious to be active. Consciously, in your core, the will to exist, how and where the decision making comes from, that core of you should be established on powerful cognition, continuously being active, how to be constantly expanding, how you hold yourself. Actually, Swamiji has revealed how for a woman, how you hold yourself matters the most. In your core, who you are, how you exist, what kind of a way you're existing in your very core, that is what matters.
And to understand what it is, if you just, when you actually sit and look in, you will see your consciousness, the core of you, what does it function out of? Is there, Swamiji tells beautifully, always, almost all the time, usually the men function from the need for like power, the greed. For women, it's always insecurity based functioning. If you see what the core of you is, both are wrong. Insecurity and fear is wrong. Greed or want for power is also wrong. Both of these will cause imbalance. That is why when you complete, every man is 51% man and 49% woman. Every woman is 51% woman and 49% man. We have both these components. And you need to balance it. Just that 1 or 2%, that is the difference. Now, when you consciously sit and analyze what the core of you, your inner will is it passive or is it aggressive? If you sit and analyze it, you will understand, you will start aligning your gender. And it is not static, it is not going to be fixed. As you evolve, as you complete, and like Swamiji said, if the right combination happens, then you will be so balanced and so stable. See, understand, in psychology, being
for women means not letting this breakdowns happening inside of you. No emotional breakdowns, not letting these fears or insecurities to happen inside of you, to break you down. That is what is the most important thing. How many of you are catching this? Mayana says, so also being pro-life and for creation of all creatures as a mother. Yes, that motherliness, that should be the core from which you function. That motherliness from the core is what expresses itself as in your psychology, Be extremely loving, caring, motherly, which helps you to integrate your being, where the insecurity does not shake you. Fears do not break you down. That actually Swamiji says, love is not your weakness. Love is a power. So when you operate from that love, it integrates your being. It puts together your being. If any of you are going through a phase where you feel inside of you some insecurity is hitting you, some fear is happening in your inner space, some imbalance is happening, be extremely loving. Do unclutching as well as continuously be extremely loving. All these will really help because these Hindu principles are not being followed. There's a very powerful webinar Swamiji gives on where Swamiji answers questions about women and what is real feminine empowerment. What Swamiji says very clearly, gender equality. The moment you say genders are equal, it is violent. It is not gender equality, rather it is gender fluid. Gender fluid means your gender is not fixed. It is empowerment, awakening your true inner potential. It is not about equality. Equality itself is violence. The moment you say, oh, men and women are equal, they need to be treated equally, you are putting one into another one's mold and forcing it to align to that mold. They are not equal. They're uniquely, infinitely powerful. Not the same. The moment you say they are the same, the root it is coming out of is violence. But the moment you say both are powerful, both are uniquely, infinitely powerful, you are empowering. Actually, in Kailasa, 80% of the leadership is with women. Swamiji does the real, true women empowerment. And not just that, the way how Swamiji empowers is by awakening you to your true potential, who you are, how you exist, to your very true core, your inner being, having that true powerfulness manifesting with completion, complete healing in your inner space. See, when you just do these 4 things from step 1, physical level, are you being active or are you being passive? In physiological level, are you being active or are you being passive? Just analyze. Take some time and look into each of these layers and align yourself. If you have questions related to Ma Forum is saying, the stocks are like going through a brain surgery. Literally a rebirth. Maina saying it's a dark agenda, all feminism against masculine. Actually, no, that whole thing is a sham. And that is why in Hinduism, we never had this kind of an approach.